Hi everyone, welcome to World Leader Summit once again. This is the third day of the summit. For last 2 days, we had footfall of I think over 30 plus countries. Yesterday, we had the ambassador of Liberia who graced the occasion and he started that. And eventually, we had Korea, European countries, and then a couple of more African countries. And then we came back to India. Eventually, we went to Canada. So I'm your host today. Myself is Arijit Bhattacharya. The reason I kept all these timing depending on your time zone so that you have a comfort zone and you can speak comfortably. So for Canada, we always go towards the end of Indian time zone, end of the day, which is around 8:30. And for others who are in the eastern part of the globe, we try to keep them in the morning part. And then in the second half, we usually keep things in Middle East, in Europe, and few bit of other countries who are comfortable and come to this summit. World Leader Summit started 2019. It's a long back procedure and the process that I was keeping in my mind while starting my organization in 1998, while facing lot many of different kind of issues when I started. That time in India, at least, computer used to be a luxury and internet was a dial-up connection. And if you really want to browse, you had only one option, that is Yahoo as a search engine. Google didn't exist that time in India, and for my own purpose, my own learning, I have to go to a cyber cafe so that I can learn the computer language. And hence, I started India's one of the first game development company. Eventually, we hopped into virtual reality, augmented reality, blockchain solutions, robotics as a solution, IoT, and eventually working with metaverse. And now we are making smart cities jointly with multiple different partners across the world. We started our own accelerator, own incubation center. It's called Co-Innovate Ventures. That's a global accelerator wherein we usually enhance the productivity of a company, mainly that is startups or SMEs and MSMEs. Sometimes we work very, very closely with industry innovation catalyst with big corporates, large giants. They are gracing us with their support. And eventually, we became partner with multiple different VC funds, Royal Family Funds, PEs, banks in last 10 plus or 12 plus years of my career. I started giving mentoring as a free service in 2008 so that multiple others can grow and eventually hopped into creating a fund based out of USA. So proudly, we now have, I think, almost every corners and every
Banks
different parts
in
of the world. Um, that's how the entire journey began, and we felt that we should start something really, really as a common platform. So COVID gave us that opportunity. We felt that I should bring all my network in a common platform. So we started World Leader Summit with 90 plus countries in the first year itself. Now we are 101 countries as a footfall with physical and online both segment, and none other than anyone can actually start today's session wherein I have an opportunity to invite the new connection of mine, Mr. Pallav. Pallav is the founder and running successfully All India Robotics Association, totally into creating the ecosystem together. So I'll not keep the mic with me because if you give me mic, I keep speaking. So it's better to give the mic to our today's first speaker, Mr. Pallav. Over to you. I'll keep myself muted. Then we'll hop into Dr. Henry, coming all the way from Europe. Yes, Pallav, over to you.
Thank you, Henry. Really appreciate this. Good evening, everyone, or good afternoon or good morning, wherever you are. Greetings. Thank you so much for joining us on this live stream. As Arijit introduced, I run All India Robotics Association, IRA, as we lovingly call it. So, as all of us know, robotics is going to be the future. Just as Arijit was talking about his childhood when he didn't have things, he was trying to find internet agencies or internet centers where you could browse things and do things. I think that is where we are in terms of robotics. None of us own personal robots at this point, right? So most of our countries are run by people. Most of our agriculture is run by people. Most of our hospitals are manned entirely by people. So that is where we are today. And in the next couple of decades, or maybe 3 to 4 decades, we are going to be seeing a world where it's entirely populated by autonomous vehicles, We are already seeing rockets going to the moon and coming back autonomously, and we are seeing demos of people sitting in and riding, the Google cars and the Tesla cars, almost entirely autonomously. And the day is not far when the rest of our world is going to become autonomous as well. Uh, and As someone driving this entire association that is powering the robotics industry, we are seeing this more happening more and more every single day, all the way from agriculture to healthcare to defense to human care or healthcare. Every aspect of our world is changing. Every aspect of our world is going to see adoption of these autonomous systems. Now, the primary misconception that most of the people in our conversations have is that robots are essentially humanoids, devices that look practically like humans and move like humans. That is what people think as robots. But honestly, it's robots are essentially any sort of a machine with the slightest intelligence, right? Self-driving car, for example, or a drone, for example, anything that has a little bit of intelligence. Self-driving car, it keeps driving down the street. It sees a red light or it sees a stop sign. It has to make a decision how long it has to stop and what it has to go around, or if a human is coming in front of it, how does it avoid it, or should it even go forward or just stay until the human moves from there. There's all these intelligent decisions that the car has to make, just like a human driver would, right? So any machine or with a little bit of intelligence, a little bit of network, etc., we categorize that under a robot. So in that context, a robot could be a car, a lawn mower with an intelligence, maybe a vacuum cleaner. There's drones, there is robots that are assisting in surgeries. There is industrial robots that are moving parts between different, different there are moving parts between different components within a larger ecosystem. So all of these are robots at different levels. And industrial robots is something that we are all familiar with. I'm pretty sure we've all seen robotic arms in Tesla factories and all of that, moving parts and fixing them in one place, moving components and so on and so forth. But so the most interesting ones that we are seeing right now are in toys, honestly. These days there are toys where it's shaped as a little dog, and you come in and you pet it, and it keeps interacting with you in different ways entirely autonomously, right? So uh, there are incredible new ways in which robotics is shaping up. Recently, one of our community members, she actually lives in the US. You can look her up. She's become famous already, but she's weaved the model of a snake into her clothing. So on her top, there's a little there's a snake that is stitched onto it, which has a bit of intelligence. So anyone that is talking to her, the snake sort of tilts its head towards those people. So these are the kind of exciting things that we are seeing in robotics. And the biggest worry that people seem to have with robotics is that, will it take jobs away? There are so many millions and millions and millions of applications where humans simply cannot do it. For example, right now we are working with a poultry farmer. They have this use case where they have to feed their chicken at 4 o'clock in the morning, and uh, getting people who will wake up. There's about 60 people that are required to do this, and getting 60 people to wake up by 3 o'clock in the morning, get ready and do things efficiently by 4 o'clock, it's not always feasible for them. So they always run into some kind of issues. So we are helping them develop robotic solutions. Now, by deploying these solutions, not a single person on that farm would lose their job, and yet they would deploy about 15 robots of this kind in just that one farm. Across thousands of farms that exist in the country, there can be tens of thousands of these little robots that can be deployed without losing a single job in the market, only increasing efficiency. Now, there is these kind of wonderful opportunities. We are talking about, robots being used in sanitation work. People don't want to go into that sludge in those drainages all across India, right? There's a cost of human dignity as well. But if you deploy a robot that can be managed by someone who's sitting outside and guiding the robot what to do, there's infinite use cases. We had some of our companies deploying solutions during floods in Kerala and Andhra Pradesh, etc., where humans simply could not go. When there are earthquakes, there is buildings collapsing and there is rubble all over the place that humans simply will take hours and hours to navigate, whereas a simple robot can, go in as a drone using a few different sensors and then guide other land-based rovers and all of that. There are incredible opportunities here, and none of these will disrupt the job market as we really seem to think it does. So uh, we are very excited about the potential that robots have in this world. Anyone that is working in the field of robotics, we are there, working with them. As a robotics association, we work with governments, we work with innovators, we work with industry, we work with academia, and we help bridge the gaps between all of these different stakeholders in the robotics ecosystem. So if any one of you is looking at building in the robotics space, we do have tens of problem statements that require, that those are being pushed by the industry itself. These are problems looking for solutions. So if you are looking to build new startups, or if you are already a startup or a company building solutions and are looking for problem statements, there are infinite ones out there, especially in the robotic segments. And when we're talking about robotics, we are not necessarily simply talking about mechanical or embedded systems, right? So a robot, as we say, a robot includes materials. If you're talking about a robot that goes under sea water, it requires resistance to the corrosiveness of the saltiness of the sea, right? If you're talking about a robot that goes into outer space, it needs to have material that can sustain the radiation of the outer space. It requires components that require the vibrations that are included in a rocket launch. Right. So there is a lot of engineering, a lot of science going into material engineering for robotics. Then there is components. The greatest challenge in robotics is how do you miniaturize components? There are actuators, there are sensors. The smaller you can make these components, the more viability you have in putting these components into different areas, different components, different products, etc. And there are millions and millions of opportunities within the component segment itself. Then there is products. When we are talking about products, we are talking about physical drones or physical robotic arms or limbs or humanoid robots, etc. Then we are talking about intelligence. How does a robot make sense of the world? If we are talking about self-driving cars, there are n number of companies that are deploying billions of dollars into making software to basically understand the world around it and make decisions in real time, right? So there are opportunities in intelligence. So how does a robot understand the world? How does a robot navigate this world? How does a robot make decisions based on these situations that it's encountering in this real world? And finally, there is incredible opportunities in networking. So once you have a robot, how do you make sure it does not get hacked? For example, right? If it's a military robot, and if your enemy country is sort of stealing that robot one way or the other, how do you ensure that they cannot reverse engineer it? How do you ensure that it cannot turn that robot into your against your own country, right? So that is cybersecurity in that. How do when there are a swarm of robots, when there are hundreds of robots working in a coal mine, for example, how do you make sure that they can interact very efficiently in zones where there is very little connectivity, right? There's networking opportunities here. So across these lines, materials, components, products, intelligence, networking, there are incredible opportunities. There are amazing problem statements that require a lot of work, and there's a lot of wealth to be created here. And we are still in the very nascent stages of robotics. So anyone that is coming right now into this field will have a field time over the next decade or so. So we as IRA would like to invite anyone that is working in the field of robotics to work with us. Again, as I mentioned, we work with governments, academia, industry, as well as innovators, trying to bridge the gap, helping the entire robotics ecosystem as a whole. Now, over the next couple of decades or so, we see robotics itself turning into a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity across all of these entire pieces that I was just mentioning. And there are incredible opportunities available to innovators, scientists, researchers, developers, hardware people, embedded people, maintenance people across the entire landscape. So trainers, what have you, right? So there's so many opportunities out there in robotics. Anyone that is interested in it, would love to work with you to help you get started, to help you accelerate, etc. And I'm pretty sure, World Leader Summit is also an organization that we'll be working very closely with in terms of enabling the robotics ecosystem around the world as well. So I thank Arijit and the World Leadership Summit to for giving me this opportunity to address all of you. And my socials are all out in the open. If anyone is wanting to reach out to discuss more on this amazing subject that is robotics, please feel free. We are always open to a conversation. Thank you all so much for your time. Appreciate this.
Thank you. There is a question that came from the social media. Okay, so for everyone, it is live in Facebook. It is there in YouTube, and of course, our Twitter is open. So my team is rigorously getting those questions to ask you. Uh, Due to time management, I'll only take one question from India. A guy, his name is Gaurav. He's asking, "What's your take on such people who make line following machine and place a plastic jacket on the top of it, say that that's a robot, and declare themselves as a robot man of India." Probably it is targeting some personal thing, but then maybe we can skip that part and then maybe touch upon line following machine and if we call that as a robot, or if yes, why we call that, and if half truth, then what should we do? Yeah.
So there is two parts to this. For one, I do agree that I do believe that even following a line for a machine requires some level of intelligence, right? It's you've got to have some sort of sensor that is monitoring this, and then you've got to have some sort of algorithm that's saying you're crossing the line one way or the other, and you need to get back into track. So there is intelligence, there is sensors, there is components that's going in there that constitute robotics. So I do believe that that is also a part of robotics. Not everything has to be entirely autonomous. Uh, and the second part is, all that said, it is still the early stages of robotics, right? And there'll be all kinds of ways in which people are building. Rome wasn't built in a single day. It takes centuries to build Rome, and artificial intelligence as we know it today has been in the making for what, about close to a century now. Early 1920s and 30s is when mathematicians got together and discussed, if we can ever build intelligence, artificial intelligence. From there to having robotic or AI agents that could do work on our behalf, it's taken nearly 80, 90 years or so. So in that context, line following machines could be the first step to our robotics journey as well. So we still have a long way to go, and I wouldn't discount them entirely, but they're simply not fully autonomous in that sense. But yeah, I do still consider them robots, but first step of evolution of robots perhaps.
Yeah, so I mean, guys, if you're coming from India, you need to understand India somehow is not like US or few parts of Europe. Even if you go to Europe, in various different parts of Europe, they're not as updated as Bharat, to be very honest. I travel rigorously. I've been to several different parts of the world. Probably half of the world I have covered. There are places, if you go to Africa, you will see a complete different kind of ecosystem. But then the best part is African call themselves as Africans, even though it's more than 50 plus countries coming together, right? So we as a Bharatiya, we need to understand, even though we have several different states, several different culture, if somebody is doing something and that is not up to the mark, like maybe a US guy, you need to encourage them instead of saying that whether that's yes or no. I mean, you just don't compare that with others. Comparison doesn't lead to anything. Let's encourage those people who are at least trying to do something that will lead to a good innovative ecosystem. I think that's my take. Next question, last question I'll ask. I know your situation. Sorry, we're getting bombarded with questions.
That's
How do you
fine.
think future of drones with intelligence? It's a beautiful question. How do you think the future of drones with intelligence?
You know, I'd be too naive to really tell you that I know what the future will look like, right? Because the kind of creativity that we are seeing in this space is simply mind-blowing every single day. I'm not sure if you've seen this, but just yesterday during the Diwali celebrations in Ayodhya, they had a wonderful display of drone shows. No, you no longer have laser shows, or you no longer have firework shows, but now today you have drone shows where there are swarms of hundreds, if not thousands, of drones that are forming patterns, that are moving things almost autonomously in the air. Some of these will be pre-configured or pre-programmed, but nevertheless, the way they're coming together as one unit, multicolors, and the amazing displays that they are putting up in the air, and all of this essentially is pollution free, if you think about it. There's no fireworks, there's no lights, so there's very little pollution that is being created here. Of course, if you're bringing in the topic of batteries and lithium ion, that's a different story. We'll get into that another day. But in that moment, there's very little pollution being created, and with amazing air shows that are being put up. And now we are talking about all of these self-powered drones. We are seeing them deployed heavily in the Russian and Ukrainian war, where there is swarms of these little robots going in, figuring out where these enemy war machines are or where these enemy war machinery is, and they're doing micro targeting of these enemies in one way that is, it's dangerous if you think about it. And if someone wants to target you with a matchbox sized robot, they can really target you very easily with the technology that is available. But in war kind of scenarios, these kind of intelligent machines actually reduce the number of civilians that get killed. That's the difference between the war that we are seeing in the Middle East, between Israel and Gaza and all of those, where we are seeing thousands of civilians being killed, versus where these little drone swarms are being deployed, only enemy soldiers or individuals being killed at a small scale. So that's the kind of difference that we are talking about, and there'll be millions and millions of these applications. Again, as I mentioned, one of the applications that we've seen very, very recently is drones being able to go into disaster sites and being able to achieve specific objectives, like determining if there are any people stuck under rubble, or even autonomously figuring out where shelters are and delivering food or aid or things like that. So we're seeing amazing applications of this technology, and I would be really, really naive to assume that I know all the scenarios that will come into the future, but there is an amazing world of opportunities there.
Super, beautiful answer. I'll not keep you hold it because I know that. See, you need to understand dedication of a person. I'll tell you the background story. Can I? Can I? Pallav?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
of course, of course.
Pallav is right now he's in hospital. So his son is not doing well. It's not serious, but then he's in hospital. And he said that, I can speak, but my situation would be that it might happen that there will be some background noise. Am I allowed to speak? You need to understand the kind of dedication a person have and the kind of word that he has actually given to us. I'll give you a little bit, maybe little bit background story of World Leaders Summit during COVID. I had, discussion with one speaker from Luxembourg. She told me that, Arijit, I have got COVID. I don't know whether I can speak or not. So I said, no problem. I mean, you can skip. Then all of a sudden she wrote me, is it okay because I gave you my words? I said, if you can come without the video, I'll be more than happy to come. You know what she did? She practically came from nursing home. And that's the kind of dedication that I'm watching. Even for me, my mom, she was in ICU when I have to go to a stage next morning. So that night, I spent entire night in nursing home, kept my mom. She became well. And the organizers kept giving me a call that, sir, I mean, is it okay? Will you please come or shall we skip? I said, hold on. If everything goes fine, I will come. By God grace, my mom became completely fine. Early in the morning, I had only the brush. That's it. Brought it from the nearby store. Hopped into the event, delivered my lecture, and come back. So you need to understand the kind of person Pallavi is, right? If you look at him, it's not only the association that he's running, but the kind of dedication, kind of strong spine this gentleman has got. So whatever questions you guys are asking in social media, if it's directly to the association or asking relevant to the technology, please understand robotics at the moment in India, I know because we are working on that, right? In India is not that upstandard. So when I deal with the Korean robotics companies, that's different. Or if we deal with the Indian robotics company, that is different. Ecosystems are different. We are still in a nation stage, we are still growing. So I think we should encourage, and I will highly appreciate each and every listener, each and every audience who is there watching us in social media. They have a little bit of idea that, okay, fine, I want to hop into this industry. Let's see what's going on. This is the best time. In Saudi Arabia, there are industrial robots which is being used just to clean the dust. So you need to understand how they are saving the human life. Look at the buildings, like probably a 80-story building. and you need to clean that. It's not an easy task for a human being. So it's easy task for a robot. So in some parts, they are helpful. It's not that they are taking away all the jobs, but yeah, I do agree. Maybe we can have a debate later on. Couple of jobs are being taken by robots. Yes, that has to be like this. So if you look at human evolution, even normal Ayurveda was actually taken over by probably medicines. And 2020, 2022, continuous 3 years, we had the blessings of multiple different Nobel Prize owner surgeons and doctors coming all the way from USA, even physically, sharing the facts how medicine and Ayurveda was actually should actually go hand in hand, and what is the pros and cons. We do note, Pallav, thank you so much for coming. And let me welcome our next speaker, Dr. Henry. Dr. Henry, if you are there, if you can kindly turn on your video and audio. I can see that you are here. Henry, Pallav, thanks. I mean, beautiful delivery. Henry, you there? Dr. Henry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Can you please turn on your video?
Oh, thanks God, because I had to change the phone because my went, I don't know, it's updating, so I have another one now.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
trying can you hear me well and can you see me? I mean,
Yes, we can
just it's
hear
a
you,
new
but
phone.
now we are unable to see you.
How do I do that? One second, just give me a second because I
No
have
problem.
another phone here and I'm trying to see in the menu here, it says record, then it says live. I'm so sorry, one second. Well, I cannot show video. I don't know why. Uh, I'll try to push buttons. Maybe my video will turn on, but I'll maybe just continue to talk a little bit about the subject
No problem.
while I'm trying to figure out how this works. Oh my God, I never tried this before. So, well, thank you again to having me on your show. It's an honor, and well, our focus is a little bit different from what you just spoke because we're working on projects how to make people healthy and how to make them slow down from the speed that's created by all the technology today. Because we started with horses, you know, we went into trains, then airplanes, then jets, and now we have quantum computers. I don't know. So people are really, of course, excited, but we see the side effect of technology is that it's going too fast. It's going so fast that people cannot follow up, and the illnesses globally they are increasing. Diabetes is increasing, sleeping disorders are increasing, stress are increasing. So we did a lot of research to find out what's going on and how to solve it. And we saw actually that we have to slow down, and that's the solution. We have to slow down somehow, even though the technology, of course, make us work more and work harder. We have to find ways to use the technology to slow down, because what really works, when we did a lot of research, we looked into what really works. We found out that simple living works. You know, stressing less, sleeping more, eating less, things that come with a little bit different environment that most people are in. And I see the biggest challenge today is how to manage to create environments that are healthy for people, where they can live naturally, but still use, of course, technology that helps in many ways. I mean, even in agriculture, we do a lot of farming. We plant a lot of natural medicine. I mean, we're using advanced harvesting machines, which are like it's like robots. You know, used to be 100 people doing it. Now we do it with a machine. So, of course, there is a positive aspect to it. But what I want to emphasize is that we really have to find out how to slow down. Meanwhile, we're speeding up the technology. You know? It's really a big challenge. And what we saw is that if we combine the natural medicine that has been existing for thousands of years, much longer time than the synthetics we have today, though many synthetic medicines in the pharmacies are copies of natural medicines that always work, we see that it is very important to bring back these elements into the society, as you said, including the Ayurvedic medicine, because it really works. It's not like we have to prove it works. No, no, we know it works. We just have to find out how we can combine it and promote it to people that could be a little bit skeptical, because the industrial complex today is only promoting what can be patented. And I think this is the challenge, that big corporations don't see how they can make money on natural herbs when they're effective, but anybody can make it. The problem is, of course, if you can just take it from the jungle and then you can cook your own tea, then the whole medical industry collapses. But I think we should remove that fear, because people will always look for solutions that are maybe more easily available than going to the jungle and finding your own plant, you know. So I think it's through collective education, also the big corporations, to make them relax that, hey, don't worry, even though if we put natural medicine on the market, you're not gonna, lose your share of the market, or whatever you are stressed of. And we see that these natural compounds we've been working with for over 12 years in our laboratory, they are even more effective than the synthetics that's out there. We have created amazing molecule complex structures from nature, using advanced technology, of course, for extraction. But we made solutions for most important element, which is sleep and stress. And I think this is one of the core issues that we have to address. And we spoke also in a couple of times before that we need to make a technology that informs people how to use this natural medicine effectively in their daily life. And this is where we've stopped a little bit and we're thinking what's next, how to do it. So what I see here is we have to bring a lot of intelligent people together and solve this case collectively. It's not like, okay, we know what herbs to use, but it's not enough, because we need to have people also on the other side, how to use the technology to promote it, to show people how is it beneficial, how to present it in a way that is understandable in this fast, very fast spinning earth. I think it's spinning 100 times faster now than it used to spin. But I think if we can collectively make a team, that our group of people who are going to work on this, we are going to find a solution and we're going to make it work. Because just think about one little thing. Not because I want to talk too much, but I just want to add one little thing to it. Today, diabetes is like 600 million people are living with diabetes. Yeah, this is crazy. And diabetes is such a simple problem because it's promoted by the way we live today. But if we change the lifestyle, we can eradicate half of diabetes just by life, changing the lifestyle. So I see that there's a huge potential in working with technology hand in hand and promoting natural medicine. I see huge potential. So I don't want to take more time because I can see we're already behind schedule. But please, if you have anything you want me to comment on, let me know.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for the insightful lecture. To be very honest, it would be better if we can see your beautiful face, but then technology is challenging probably. Uh, we have one quick question. If we look at Ayurveda as a solution provider for humankind, or maybe the Chinese medicine, the old ones, and if we compare that with today's medicine, the main challenge is today's medicine is really fast to probably optimize the healthcare issues. But these Chinese medicines or Ayurveda, they cure your problem. So why people don't go with the slow process, which is more less harmful? Why people choose the latest medicine, which is very fast to get a recovery? Is there a reason? If yes, are you doing something which can probably eradicate that? That's the question.
Well, I think the whole issue here is that we built a system when the Second World War ended to create fast solutions. Even in agriculture, we had solutions we had to compromise with because it was very bad, synthetic and all that, but it worked to remove the hunger, The same time, we created fast solutions that were patentable and worked at that time, synthetic drugs, and we made a huge system out of it. So the problem is now we know, I mean, many doctors know, and it's not like it's a secret, but we know that the industrial complex that we all created is created for synthetical drugs. And since it's the fact that we build a whole infrastructure, it's like we have a huge skyscraper, and now we're like, okay, let's change the windows, let's change the doors, let's slowly start rebuilding this big machine we have all created by, like, instead of going to the natural doctor, we all go to the hospital. Well, it's also a choice you made, you're part of building it. So I think it's through the education we can slowly increase the consciousness of people who are the end users to ask and demand for natural solutions, because then the machine will change the gears. But to go into the machine like we tried and force it to change is not possible. It starts with the end users. So what I see here is, and what we have been addressing a lot, is to create education through the public and awareness, so they ask for the demands. And then slowly we believe that, of course, everything will change according to the demand. So I think the demand creation is the most important, and which we're working on. I hope that answers.
That answers a lot. For all the audience and for the globe, I thought that I'll be declaring that the third day of November and third day of World Leader Summit, along with Dr. Henry. So in Himalaya, me and two more people, we have started a camp, which is basically giving uh, Ayurvedic medicine, good food. Actually, we call it food as your medicine. It's not that Ayurveda as
Yeah.
so we call it as a food of your which can actually heal you. It's a 7 days camp that we started. We started that around 1.5 months back. It's pretty new as a baby, as a concept. But me and Henry, we had a discussion in Dubai. We met there, and that's how the relationship started. We started calling each other as brother. So that camp, that what we have started giving real food. If you eat proper food, not processed food, like burger or maybe momos, those are processed ones. Sorry about this statement. Those are tasty, but those are not real food.
Yeah.
If you look at the fruits, if you look at the vegetables, the seeds, the entire structure is defined and dedicated to going back to the roots. So if you look at Bharat as a country, you call that as India, we used to have proper food, and then all of us know what happened to us. We have been colonized. Welcome, Dr. Mohit. Please allow me to speak, and then I will invite you. So we have
Sure,
been,
sure, sir. Thank you.
yeah, we have been colonized, and eventually we lost the entire touch of old science. But then till date, it is there. Till date, people who are carrying that family legacy, they have the knowledge. So hence we started that, and you know what? There are people from UK who came, and then there is a lady from Asian country. She also came, a Turkish lady. Around 4 5 people joined that entire camp for 7 days. We went to the streams. We didn't had any kind of bottled water. Rather, we had water from the streams, and all the food, it was natural. Apples are from the garden. The rice that we ate was red rice. If you really want to experience that, if you have 3 spoons of that red rice, you will feel that, oh my God, I'm so full. The reason it is happening because this is real food. It's not junk.
Yeah.
So I would love Dr. Henry to touch upon those aspects a little bit, because I know that you have a huge experience on that. You have a uh, you have a place which is inside the jungle, and you stay in nature. And I know how you are nature lover. Maybe for the audience, if you can give a little bit of idea on that. And next we have Dr. Mohit, who will probably touch upon more aspects of it. So over to you, Dr. Henry, and then we'll move.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your kind words. But yeah, we did a lot of research, and we found out that through diet, many illnesses, unless they are now so, I mean, if they have damaged the body so much that you had to get operated half of the liver, it's another situation. But if people come in time, we found out that through changing the diet into real food, into food full of vitamins and nutrients that you need instead of sugar and carbons, which is also sugar, and it's very toxic for your body. We found out that we can reduce symptoms of many illnesses that are claimed to be incurable. You know, I'm not saying that it's a wonder drug food that you can do anything, but we saw that things that should not be possible is possible. So in short words, I'll say yes, the food is the key, because this is what you put in your body and what you control, and you have to control it. You cannot let it to be as a what do you call, a coincidence, what you put inside your engine. Like you go to a gas station, and instead of putting benzene, you put, let's say, sugar water in your car. It's not going to run, man. So I think we have to really look at our bodies as organic machines that needs specific nutrients. And well, guess what? In the most primitive form, food is where the nutrients are most available. We found out. Of course, we can do extraction. We do a lot of high advanced extraction of different herbs. If you have inflammation in the body, and let's say you eat too much sugar, and now you have a problem. So we have some herbs that can really help you. But in the end, again, we are removing symptoms. The core problem comes from the food, as you said. This is the core problem. And if we can slowly, also using technology in farming agriculture, get back to doing organic like we do in Denmark, and show that you can make the same business even better, then I think we're moving forward. And I don't think it's so bad. I think it's actually happening many places in the world. And I'm very happy that many people are taking initiatives and creating education platforms for this. Because as you address what you're doing in the Himalaya, we're doing in Denmark and in Europe and in America. So I think it's beautiful. And thank you once again.
Pleasure. We have quick question. Sorry, Henry, we are not letting you go for a
It's
few
okay.
minutes. I'm so sorry. This is how the audience works in World Leader Summit. In social media, they always ask question because they watch. Interesting question coming from Christina Lee. Thank you for this question. How do we get fruits without pesticide? My God.
Well, to get food without pesticides, you have to grow food without pesticides. So the thing is, I mean, if you want to do something today, then find in your local community a farmer who is promoting this, and by going to him instead of to Walmart or whatever big corporation you have there, you will be part of a huge change, because then your friends will do the same, and other people will do, and the farmer who's doing good will be promoted. Not like today, where we all, by our stupid choices, promote very bad decisions. So I think it comes in then to our own choice in our house. What do we choose to put in our body and our temple? And go with that. And I'll say, go to the local community and work with that. Then you will really help your body and your community.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you for these answers. And then we'll probably move to our next speaker. He is waiting rigorously, Dr. Mohit. Dr. Mohit, meet my friend, Dr. Henry. He is coming all the way from Denmark, and Mohit is in India at the
That's
moment.
nice.
Yeah. So let me give
That's
you a
nice.
kind of idea. In 2020, 2021, probably till 2022, we had a couple of Nobel Prize owner scientists in the World Leader Summit who are speaking and sharing their papers with the world. We had future of medicine doctors, and it was amazing discussion. Those are all available in YouTube and uh, in our Facebook page live. Anyone wish to watch that, get benefits, feel free. And me and Dr. Henry, we are trying to see that where we can come in a common solution for the world to give maybe good food as medicine and few bit of tips for humankind, because there are multiple questions that is coming up in social media. How I can detox my body, how to prevent my liver. Those questions are coming now. But guys, thank you so much for the question. But really sorry, we have specific time for each and every speaker, like 15 minutes. We can't go beyond that. If you are looking for such solution, they are available on a consultancy basis. You can feel free to connect them directly, or else let me and Henry create that ecosystem together, and then maybe all of you can ask this question. Thank you so much. Yes, Dr. Mohit, mic is yours, floor is
Yes.
yours. Please grace us with your
Sure.
knowledge and your wisdom. You're
Yeah.
you're turned off somehow.
Yeah. Let me introduce my presentation first. Wait a second. Oh, I think there is no such Can I present my presentation in a PPT? Is
You
it
don't need
possible?
to present, you can speak. It's not a problem. If there is a
Okay,
glitch in
okay, okay.
technology,
So
no problem
because
on that. You can
okay, okay,
speak.
because I have a beautiful in core about decoding pain management. Okay, it's fine.
Okay,
So
so
I'm
if you
just
want to
sharing a
share, you can share.
little
You
bit
have a
of the
sharing
information.
opportunity. You can share it.
Yeah, just yeah. So telling about myself, Dr. Mohit Sandhu, and I'm a practicing Ayurvedic practitioner as BMS, Bachelor in Ayurvedic Medicine and Surgery in India. I'm fellow in Ayurvedic Cardiology, Ayurvedic Dermatology from a line of PHU, and I'm PG in anatomical surgeries and pain, palliative pain management in Ayurveda from National Institute of Health Sciences and Research. Today, I'm gonna represent one of my great practice of pain management in India, why it is important and why we should move towards Ayurvedic pain management, because that is very important. Just wait a second. So I think I cannot share the PPT, but I can talk, right? So yeah, so first of all, I will talk on some things that how Ayurveda defines the pain in Ayurvedic medical sciences, how we define the pain and how we go inside the pathology of the pain, because that is very important to understand the Ayurvedic palliative pain management and why it is important at the global acceptance. Telling about myself, I'm also a member of American Pain Academy. I'm also a member of Texas Ayurvedic Association in US. I'm also a member of Ayurvedic Professional North America, Pennsylvania. I'm a speaker member in England, Health Healing of Earth in England, Leinster. So I'm trying here over I practice more than 1,000 patients to treat their palliative pain management in acute and chronic phases, but without steroids and antibiotics. That is very important because as you see the census and statistics of the pain, in 2019, 27.8% adults had chronic pain, like musculoskeletal pains and disorders, referred to as high impact chronic pain in the past 3 months. Chronic pain and high impact chronic pain both increased age and were highest amongst adult aged 65 and over the 65 years of age. As estimated, 126 million adult, 55.7% reported as per survey of 2023, and in India, 19.3% reported, and in rural area, presently, females suffer more relevant and untreated pain like musculoskeletal pain, cervical pain, static pain, and more. And there is a very important thing that half of the population reported death due to the overuse of steroids, painkillers, and antibiotics, in spite of treating musculoskeletal pain like cervical pain, cervical spondylosis, lumbar spondylosis, tennis elbow, and so on. So I have a solution for this. Why we don't go to the Ayurvedic pain management? Because Ayurvedic pain management, people used to say that Ayurveda is very slow. No, that is a myth. Ayurveda is very fast in treating palliative pain management like cervical spondylosis or lumbar spondylosis or the spine disc pathologies and pathologies. So we have a treatment in the India here in Ayurveda. We call it as Agni Karma. Agni mean heat, Karm mean procedures. So what we do actually, we treat the pain with the heat structures, 500 to 1,000 degree Fahrenheit. We have some instruments. We induce inside the muscle. We induce the needles and surgical needles around the pain and the pain points, and we give heat at that point, to which the muscles contraction and relaxation increases and automatically endorphin increases. So we have some Ayurvedic panels, we have some Ayurvedic treatments which we are treating 25 to 30 patients per day in my OPD. Actually, I'm talking about myself, without steroids, without painkillers, and without antibiotics. I have my actually presentation, but I cannot share presentation in the PPTs. But as I'm saying, that why we should not go for the Ayurveda, why we have
Excuse me.
to
Hold on,
reflect.
Dr.
Yeah,
Mohit. Uh,
yeah.
is it possible to show that using your mobile, or you want to shift to some desktop? We can wait.
Wait, yeah. Just give me 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes.
No problem. We can wait. No worries. I don't think that we should miss the opportunity to see this because there is a myth. He said rightly. The myth is Ayurveda is slow. And Dr. Mohit made a statement that Ayurveda is actually fast. So probably there are a lot of things which people don't know. And we feel that maybe that is going to take a lot of time. Even I know that lot many people who come to India, they go to Kerala for treatment on yoga and few bit of basic treatments that they do over there. Beyond Kerala, there are solutions. There are people, there are doctors who are healing people, who are doing cure. One of my very good friends, she's from New Delhi, mainly in Gurgaon. Uh, I mean, she's doing amazing job with health, with the nutrition, with lot many different kind of solution that she has been doing. No worries, Dr. Mohit. We can wait. No worries. If it is really important, we can wait. No problem. So I have seen that, and personally, if you ask me, I'm not a doctor by profession. A doctorate, of course, that's in PhD, but then my entire family from my father's side, they have been doctors. And my elder uncle, he's a surgeon based out of US. Um, the younger one, there is a long family tradition. My cousins, there are doctors and lawyers coming from a family background wherein my grandpa, he used to practice the Ayurveda, and I have seen such solutions. To be very honest, if you have,
Amitji, can you
yeah,
see
we
right
can see,
now?
we can see. So give me a second. Let me
That's
finish.
nice. Yeah.
If you see
Yeah, sure, please.
any woman in India, they have their kitchen. So in kitchen, actually, you have your solution for probably curing basic cold cough. But the point is, if you really want to cure yourself from inside, it's called healing yourself from inside. Then you need people like Dr. Mohit or Henry or many others. I can go on with names, and they are fabulous. Yes, over to you, Doctor. All yours.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Thank you, Amici, for waiting. So, as I told about myself, and today we're going to talk about Ayurvedic pain management, a boom in healthcare. In India, we are starting, but soon we're going to globally emphasize it through the things, right? As I told about myself, I'm Dr. Mohit, and I'm working as an Ayurvedic consultant, as an endocrine surgeon, and a pain specialist in India here. So, we don't talk about the pain. Actually, what is pain? Pain is an uncomfortable feeling that tells you something may be wrong. It can be study, throbbing, staving, aching, pinching, or in many other ways, like something in just a nuisance, like a mild headache. But Ayurveda beautifully told about the pain 5,000 years back ago in the form of pida, vedana, that is the breaking pain, aching pain, ruja, shula. So actually, our body consists of three things: bath, pith, and kapha. These are the molecular disturbances of a cell. It defines the molecular level. It defines the dimensional full molecular level of a cellular metabolism and catabolism, how cells are working with the DNA expresses, with the genetic codes, and with your body. So every human body have a different type of bath, pitta, and kapha. Bata means the circulation of the heart, the expiration you are doing, the blood flowing into your arteries and veins, in your capillaries. That is Bata. Pitta means the metabolism and the catabolism, through which you can find the ATPs, ATPase, and phosphatase in your bodies and reflect the energy through your bodies. Kapha means the fluid in your body, in the lungs, in the spinal cord, cerebrospinal fluid, in the joints we have fluid. That is kapha. So in Ayurveda, we explain the pain according to the Vata. And there are synonyms of the Vata, as I told you, that Pida. means aching pain, Vedana, pricking pain, Ruja, so much breaking and aching pain, Shula, Ruka. That is the type of example of where Ayurveda told about the pain. And you can see in my presentation that how Vedana defines pain, torture, agony. Tira means pain, suffering. Toda, pricking pain. Vedana, breaking pain, splitting pain. Shula, sharp iron pain. Ruja, breaking pain, crushing pain, shattering pain. Vyatha means agitation, palpitation, alarming pain or uneasiness pain. Okay, dukha means uneasiness, uncomfortable or mentally unstable pain. So next thing is how we can say that what is the proliferation of statistics of the pain globally or in India. So as I told in 2019, 27.8% of adults had chronic pain that frequently limited life or work activities, referred to as higher impact chronic pain in the past 3 months. Chronic pain and high impact chronic pain both increased with age and were
Right.
highest among
This is
adults
much.
age 65 and over the 65. As estimated, 126 million adults reported as a survey of the 2023. In India, 19.3 reported, and in rural areas, perfectly females suffer more unrelieved and untreated pain. They used to take steroids and antibiotics again and again, and they reported death. So actually, this is a main issue, not in India, everywhere in Western countries. And talking about US, you're talking about UK, you're talking about Dubai, everywhere. People have a first line of treatment like steroids and antibiotic, but you don't know those steroids and antibiotic how much they're going to affect your body, how much they're going to affect your kidneys and lungs. So what is the solution basically? The solution is Ayurveda. Why Ayurveda is the best? Aims to decrease the drug reaction by using Ayurvedic drugless approach like Agnikarm, different type of bastis like Kati bastis and Griha basti. These are some Panchkaram treatment we have in India and in Western countries too. Ayurvedic analgesics and painkillers which have no side effect on the kidneys, on the livers, and on the heart and on the brain. Aims towards increase in range of motion of stiff muscle, tendons, and ligaments. Aim in reduction of pain by directly acting on Vata. As I told you, Vata is the main indication of the pain. And in Ayurveda, we act on the root. We are acting on the molecular disturbances of the Vata, from where the muscular stiffness, from where the musculoskeletal pain came over here, which is playing an important role in understanding pain and it is physiology. Aims on drugless approach, which reduces the percentage of chronic and lifestyle disorders like chronic liver disease, chronic kidney disease, chronic vascular disease, okay, and chronic neuromuscular diseases, etc., due to overuse of modern painkillers, steroids, and antibiotics. And there's so much increase in death rate nowadays by using the overuse of painkillers, steroids, and antibiotics, in spite of treating their musculoskeletal pains and disorders. Should be expected throughout the globe to giving a pain-free lifestyle with evidence-based Ayurveda, which is already evident through its 5,000 years lifespan till now. Because I just want to tell everyone that how we can treat pain management, musculoskeletal disorders without antibiotic and steroids, without affecting your liver, without affecting your kidneys, because it is very important nowadays. Next, how Ayurveda beautifully told about the pain in Ayurveda and how Charka, actually Acharya Charka is the oldest ancient father of medicine who told about the pain physiology in the body and how it acts with the mind, how it acts with the body, how it acts with the sensory organs. So Charka says that Vedana means pain prescribed in mana, that is mind, body, that is there, and indriya, that is sensory organs or spinal cord, central nervous system, your brain, your cerebellum, your middle the middle forebrain, bones, medulla, all the things are connected with the Vedana. Okay, they are not perceived in Kesha. Very, very important. Charaka told 5,000 years back ago. Their pain is not perceived in Kesha, that is scalp hair, body hair, tip of nails, feces, and urine. These are some important points in which pain is not perceived basically. So these are the some of the issues how Acharya Charaka beautifully explained the physiology of pain in Ayurveda 5,000 years back ago and how it connected to your Atma, how it connected to your body and pain. Let's get on the point, very important point, because this is so long thing. So how we diagnose the pain, how we diagnose the pain points and the Vedana point according to Ayurveda. So Ayurveda define one anatomical thing. We call it as marma. Marm. It basically it is an anatomical point where the section of Sharisthana or the Shushruta Samhita explain about marm science of vital anatomical parts and delicate structure of the body. This also seems to the first and earliest reference of the explanation of surgical anatomy or applied anatomy, which is very vast and evident, which is evolved 5,000 years back ago. There was no medical sciences evolved. We are the first, Indians, and Shushru Samhita is the first who defined anatomical structures, anatomical point in form of marma. Acharya Shushruta identify 107 marm points on the body, the injury of which can cause one or more deformity, pain, gradual death, and almost instant death. The knowledge of those marma points also would help the Ayurvedic surgeons to put their instruments on the body part wherein these marmas are absent, or to conduct the surgeries without harming these vital points. Because marma pranasti, marma consists of life, consists of cellular, higher cellular metabolism, in which we cannot pierce the marma. And there are 107 marma, which already Shushruta told 5,000 years back ago. Let's discuss about some important point of marma, not all of the things, because I can eat all the presentation, but I will just explain some of less important marma, that how we Ayurvedic physicians in India here palpate pain using marma. So there are some actually important points. You can see the dorsal and the back side of the human body. These are some marmas. These are very important marmas through which we palpate the pain. We see the anatomical structure. We see the muscular structure in the X-rays, in the MRIs, in the diagnostic tools. Because we Ayurvedic physicians, we modern Ayurvedic physicians, we use X-rays and MRI to diagnose these marmas very effectively. So there are some diagnosis of marma using X-rays. You can see the red one in the cervical structure. It is called Krikatika marma. In the frontal skull, we can see Avarth marma. In the lateral side of the eyes, we can see Apang marma. Amitji, you can see the presentation.
It's Origin. Yes, I can see.
Okay. So some important marma are very important. You can see first is Kshipar marma. It is in the hand. You can see it is in the hand. You can see the point in the hand, and you can see the point in the foot. And how we Ayurvedic physicians collaborate these marmas with the muscular anatomical structure. Okay, the modern anatomy of the Kashipar Marma, good understanding of the Marma with respect to the Rachana. This is need to study of anatomical particle with between big toe and second toe or thumb or index finger. You can see here the muscles extensor hallucis longus, extensor hallucis brevis, dorsalis pedis arteries, and flexor hallucis longus. Actually, what Acharya told that Marma is a collaboration of ligament, artery, bones, okay, muscles, tendons. The one meeting point where these all things are collaborated, that is marma. And these all around the structures are being associated with the anatomical modern structures with the of the marma. So you can see there are so many structures. The presence of dorsal pedis artery, middle terminal branch of the peroneal nerve, favor the condition of tetanus. You can see effect of the injury. If this marma is injured, the lower portion of the body and the convulsions can be seen predominantly in the lower portion of the body. So you can see this is the Kashipra marma. As same as this is the Tal Hirde marma. This is the Tal Hirde marma. From the lateral side of the middle of the toe and middle of the hand. You can see there are many structures. Like you can see the main structures are basically their main structures are tendons, superficial plantar arc. There is a web structure in the hands, in the foot. You can call it as superficial plantar arcs. Superficial plantar arcs cover the tendons and the plantars. Basically, the main important is superficial plantar arcs. You can see there. And third one is kurch marma. You can see the kurch marma in the this one. This one is kurch marma. You can see the tennis elbow and the carpal tunnel syndrome. You can see we indicate the carpal tunnel syndrome with this point. You can see there are so many structures that like extensor tendons, flexor tendons, like okay, digitorum longus, extensor hallucis longus, peroneus tenatus ten. There are so many structures around that marma. So I will go some fast. This is Gulf Marma. You can see this is Gulf Marma in the toe, upper side of the toe. Okay. This is Indrabasti Marma. You can see in the middle of the or gastrocnemius. You can see in the Janu Marma. It is knee, the structure of the knee, the anterior cruciate ligament, posterior cruciate ligament, all the tendons over there. Okay. And Ani Marma. You can see up to the Janu Marma. Okay. You can see the point, the yellow one. This is Urbi Marma. You can see the 4F Urbi Marma, Ani Marma up to the third part of the Ani Marma. You can see the structures over there, nerve, serratus, femoral triangle over there, attached to the relationship between artery and veins over there. So these marmas basically define every muscular structure, every bony structure, every arterial and venous structure according to the marma 5,000 years back ago. And this is very awesome because without microscope, without advanced technology, Acharya Shushruta and Acharya Charka, they excise the body. They used to study the body through biopsies. That 5,000 years back ago of Ayurvedic medical sciences. Lohitaks marma. You can see the Lohitaks marma in the shoulder, in the pelvic region. Okay, so these are some basic marma. In the nose, you can see Phana marma. Okay, in the coronary artery, you can see the Matrik marma, Tira marma, the Sadhya Prana marma. If you hit the person on these points, the death will occur. Okay, so there are so many the neck muscular system or the neck stiffness is there. So we just diagnose these points according to the disease, according to the pathology of muscular stiffness. You can see the back structures like Parsvasandhi in the lumbar symphysis. Okay, so let's talk about the treatment. We Ayurvedic doctor, actually me, we used to treat pain management in the musculoskeletal disorders in just 15 to 20 minutes. If we are receiving some patients like acute chronic pain, acute lumbar pain, acute sciatic pain, we call it as Ayurvedic palliative pain management. And what we do, we have a treatment which Acharya Sushruta discovered 5,000 years back ago. We call it as Agni Karam. As I told you that Agni means heat, Karam means procedure. And Acharya Sushruta beautifully told that how you can treat one's pain with a chronic root cause and with a permanent solution. So you can see that one of shloka that Twak Masa Sira, that is thermal cautery or heat should be done in the presence of very severe pain in the skin, that is Sira, that is Twak, muscle, that is mass, veins, that is Sira, ligament, that is Sanayu, joints, that is Sandhi, and wounds, that is asthi, caused by Bata aggravation. As I told you, we donated every pain and every stiffness with the aggravation of Bata in the cellular and the ATPase phosphatase metabolism. So we diagnose those Bata, those synonyms of Bata in the muscular stiffness. Okay. Let's talk about the instruments we use in Agni Karma. One is Lo Shalaka, that is Panch Lo Shalaka. That is a long, how I can say, it's a hammer structure. You can see in the lower one. And we use also disposable needle, that is Suksham Shalaka. We use surgical needles according to the muscular structure, according to the deep pathology of the muscular stiffness. Take an example of bilateral static or lumbar spondylosis or lumbar disc bulge. We use very deep 20 gauge or 19 gauge and 26, 24 gauge needle to pierce inside and to go inside using ultrasound machines and using X-ray machines. Okay, so these are some. This is some treatment according to the Ayurveda. We call it Shalaka Dagd. But the one contraindication we got when we burn the skin or the outer superficial structure of the pain point, we found some burns. So patient they disagree to do it because they're feeling the burn, and in diabetic patient this is so integrated. So what Ayurveda told that we can use the disposable needle, Suksham Chalaka. So we used to pierce the Suksham Chalaka, that is disposable needle, in around the pain structures using X-rays and using MRIs. Let you tell you one thing. I will tell you some example of cervical spondylosis, how we Ayurvedic practitioners used to treat cervical spondylosis. But is cervical spondylosis actually? Cervical spondylosis is a general term for age-related wears and tear affecting the spinal disc in your neck. As the disc dehydrate, it shrinks and osteoarthritis develops, including bony projections along the edge bone structures. Cervical spondylosis is very common. Nowadays, it is very common in basically in youths too, and in upcoming ages too, in like 60 to 70 or 80 to 90. But nowadays, we can see in the corporate structure, in the corporate life, we can see that there are so many patients of cervical spondylosis and cervical myalgia. Cervical myalgia, what is cervical myalgia? It is a pain in the neck and shoulder that varies in intensity and may feel achy or like electric shock to the neck to the arm. That is very important. You can see in the photos and how we treat it actually. So it is very important to see the etiology at as Amit is saying that ahara, food is very important and lifestyle is very important to not happen those things recurrently in the life in the future. So that is very important. And see, Ayurveda told etiology very beautifully that wear and tear, injury, stress, mithya ahar vihar means stagnant lifestyle. Okay, the cold beverages you take, the more bata increases, the more pain increases. Prolonged sitting, obesity, excessive physical activities. These are some etiology of the cervical spondylosis. You can see the fat person is sitting, or the corporate one is sitting, the long sitting in the corporates. Okay, there are some symptoms: irritating pain, the numbness in the both arms, pain during neck movements. Okay, how we treat it actually? How we treat it? I will tell you. So see, we have some treatments over there. There are some radiological examinations. You can see how we see the marma. We see the marma according to the according to the white shade and the black shade of the X-rays, literally to the cervical spondylos, literal to the cervical vertebrae. We can see. You can see the red structures down the red structures. There is called cricatica marma. There is a cricatic worm in the cervical region, and we used to induce the surgical needle. We used to go the needle invasively, and we heat the needle from the upper part. I will show you how I am heating the needle in the cervical spondylosis pain. You can see. Wait a second. There is some anatomical structure you can see according to the Ayurveda: longus capitatus, longus colis, clean. Okay, so there is cricatica. You can see the structure. See, there are so many structures in the cervical spondylosis. I will not go so much deep, but I'm just telling you with such examples. So what is the Ayurvedic pain management? We have Agni Karma. As I told you, Agni means heat, Karma means procedures. And it should be done, in the aggravation of the Bata. So we diagnose Bata in the patient first. Then we used to go to the structures. So this is a needle actually. We used to pierce. Wait a second. This is some instruments we use in parasurgical procedures in treating cervical spondylosis in just 15 to 20 minutes. So I will let you know. Wait a second. How this is one of my patient. She came from England, and she was affected from cervical spondylosis from 15 to 16 years. And doctors in England, they were telling her to go for the surgeries. But she came to me. She lived here for 3 days in my hospital, and I give her the treatment of only Agni Karma in alternate day. And after 3 days, she was totally good. Her pain was totally gone. Her camel hump is the main predominant symptom of the cervical spondylosis. And you can see how I pierce the needles according to the marma, according to the spine structures, and I used to give the heat of the upper part of the needle. That heat goes inside the needle through the metabolic processes, and it gives the heat to the muscles, and it opens the ABC jet structures. It opens the myosin structures. It increases the endorphin level in the muscular levels, and it automatically decrease the and balance the Vata dosha. Actually, we are working on the Vata dosha of the muscle. How This is how we treat cervical spondylosis like patient in our OPDs and in our IPD level within 20 to 25 minutes and in alternate days. Means we can treat chronic cervical issues within 7 days with permanent solution. There is no need to take antibiotics, there is no need to take steroids, and there is no need to take surgeries. So this is very, very important to show you such things, that we are doing this, and we need such global acceptance to treat the patient globally through this technique, through this ancient surgical technique. So there are some benefits: increase mobility, reduce pain, inflammation of the minutes, treat nerve compression, relaxes muscle fibers, increase neck motion, reduce cervical hump, increase the stability of the trapezius muscles. Safe, effective, no insulin at all, no use of steroids, painkillers. Hence, we reduce the chronic lung disease, the chronic kidney disease. We reduce the death statistics using this technique. So I think this is a very important technique. People should know, doctors should know globally. Okay. So this is a second example of in small losses, in lumbosacral small losses, that is bilateral sciatica. How we treat? Just let me know. Wait a second. Let me tell you the direct solution of it. How we treated it. You can see that radiological treatment. Wait a second. This is this is in Ayurveda how we diagnose the sciatic and the lumbar disc bulge. We diagnose lumbar disc bulge and sciatic disorders or lumbosacral myalgia or lumbosacral pain using Kukundar Adimaram that Sushruta already told 5,000 years back ago. And we diagnose the muscular systems, the tendon system, the ligament system around that marma. You can see there are so many structures around that marma. Okay. How we treat it? How we treat such things? Wait a second. Same with the needles. This is the basically pictorial representation. We don't invest in the spine, because spine is like a marm. It is a marm. It consists of prana. It consists of cellular metabolism, so much higher cellular metabolism, and the nerve. So we often do these things in a gentle hand with a radiological examination. After radiological examination, and with a very gentle surgical intervention, because we have to see that whether nerves are invasive or not. So it is beautifully, basically we go inside the muscle, we go around the lumbar structures, and we give heat from the upper side of the needle. So this is some. So there are so many benefits: increase mobility, reduce pain, treat nerve compression in 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, I used to see my patients. In 15 minutes, nerve compression 0, pain score 6 to 2. Very, very fascinating. Relax muscle fibers, expand sciatic motion, increase the stability of piriformis movement, safe, effective, no incision, no use of steroids, once again, no use of painkillers, and no use of antibiotics. And within 3-4 days, you can treat the chronic phase of sciatic and lumbosacral disc bulge very, very easily using these techniques. So what is the aim of Agnikaram? Basically, stop using steroids. My main aim is the no use of steroid, no use of antibiotic, no use of painkillers, no need of unwanted spine surgeries. It is a non-invasive Ayurvedic approach for the pain. And the most important thing I want, and every Ayurvedic physician want, pain-free globe. So I think Ayurveda have an important role to treat such musculoskeletal disorders. Nowadays, it increases day by day in the youth channel, in the 30 to 35 to 40 age of men and women in the corporate life. I think it is the best Ayurvedic parasurgical treatment in which we treat musculoskeletal disorders on a such high rate. And these are some different cases. In case of tennis elbow, you can see, in case of sciatica, in case of lumbar muscular stiffness, in case of scapular stiffness, in case of knee stiffness. Very, very effective. And I usually see very beautiful results after this Agnikaram. So mostly and lastly, the modality of Agnikaram with Panchkaram. So as I told you, we have only one aim. We have one aim for pain-free globe, pain-free India, pain-free US, pain-free UK, pain-free every country actually. So pain-free globe. So we are going for it, and we are researching on every new thing, how we induce, how we invest the surgical needles using X-rays, MRIs, and the modern technology. Thank you so much. Thank you, Amitji. This is my idea, and I think you have some
Dr.
questions you can
Mohit,
ask.
Dr.
Yeah.
Mohit, my name is Arijit. Arijit.
Okay, Arijit. Okay, Arijit.
So
So
the meaning
Arijit
of
ji,
my
this
name,
is my
the
idea,
meaning,
and
yeah.
this is
So the meaning, yeah, yes. So we got the entire slides, and if you can kindly turn off the slide, yeah. So there is a, flow of amazing knowledge and energy that you have shared. So
yeah,
Dr. Mohit, I run a podcast out of love for the world. So I have been exploring the science behind our epic, our Puranas, our history. It's called
beautiful,
finding basically the hidden methods of old Bharatiya culture.
more
We never
practical.
attacked anyone, to be very honest, if we look at the old history. Rather, the world probably attacked us. So we lost a lot of science, and those epic
Yeah,
became mythology for some people. So few things are not myth. There is a big difference between myth and epic.
yeah,
See, if you look back, rightly said, you talked about Ayurveda. Basically, these things are coming from, if I'm not wrong, from Shushrut Samhita, if I'm not wrong.
yeah.
Yeah.
Shishru Sahita, yeah. The surgical
And
intervention one.
yeah, and then in the old times, uh, I will probably not take a lot of time of the audience as well as the next speaker, but then let's discuss something. I've got two, three questions for you, but let me first speak, yeah, because I'm
Sure.
speaking from heart. This is so close to my heart, yeah. In old times, old rishis or the muni, not the sadhu or sant. There is a difference between sadhu, sant, and rishi. Yeah, they used to do
Acharyas, yeah.
surgery without any kind of equipment, only using the basic principle which you are doing at the moment, right? For an example, they used to do bone surgery. They used to get very complicated healing methods of very complicated wounds, maybe from war or maybe from which is coming from by birth. They used to do all these kind of surgery. Some people call that's the magic that we used to do, but it's not magic, it's pure science. So maybe for the audience, because it's World Leaders Summit, let me take the opportunity to promote myself as well. Apart from running multiple business and running VC funds or accelerator or working with government, I run it as a passion. There's a podcast called Finding Truth Behind Epic. It is there. If you search about my name in YouTube, you will find out my
Okay.
channel. The channel name is Arijit Bhattacharya. There you will find out two, three podcasts. One is Riding Tiger with Arijit, which is specifically for interesting people to come in my podcast as a guest speaker. Second one is this Finding the Truth part. And I'm not sure in which month, but then I digged upon all these kind of amazing technology. If you look at our Purana for the audience, and probably Dr. Mohit can also put some lights, in our Purana, there was mention that people used to remove body odor. I mean, the bad smell from body used to be healed and cured with the help of Ayurveda. And those things are mentioned, including the
Yeah.
process. The terms that you are actually taking, if we translate those things in English, it will probably lose the meaning, to be very honest.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
when you are taking pranayam, when you are taking so like I don't want to go deep. I mean, it's a subject of discussion, maybe it's long subject of discussion. But I have a quick question which is coming from internet. Kudos to you. It's a great knowledge. If people can get it, is huge opportunity to probably get such kind of knowledge flow. Somehow, Ayurveda is not that practiced worldwide, but this is the key solution. I mean, I'm lover of that. If we go with basil seeds, with honey and ginger, with a small leaf called bashok, I don't know the exact English name of that particular leaf, but if you combine all of that, you drink it in the early morning, your cough and cold will go away. You don't need to wait for any kind of other medicine. Okay.
Yeah.
Now part coming to the question. Uh, Someone is asking from all the way from Malaysia to you, Dr. Mohit. Do you feel with Ayurveda you can heal bone injury?
Yeah. Very, very important. talking about the pain, musculoskeletal disorders, and the bone injury. These three are very different. So, there's a difference between bone injury and musculoskeletal disorders on a basic pathology. But talking about bone injury, yes, we have some Ayurvedic surgical protocols in orthopedics because Shushruth was very good in practicing orthopedic surgeries and healing of the fractures because it depends upon the nature of the fracture. If fracture is very compound, is very skeleted compounded, so we have to go for the surgery. As Shushruta used to do surgeries. And one thing, Arjit ji, I want to stick over there for you that acharyas used to do surgeries with surgical instruments. There are 108 surgical instruments mentioned in Shushru Samhita. And in today's life nowadays, modern surgeons are using those compacted Ayurvedic surgical instruments in nowadays. This is called, I don't know, this is right to say, but this is called the British impact. The British impact on the Indian Vedas. And this is very important. Actually, we Ayurvedic surgeons are promoting Ayurveda and treating patient with Ayurvedic surgical protocols and with Ayurvedic surgical intubations. In India, we are doing it actually. And we want it to be globalized. So yes, Ayurveda has a solution to treat bone fractures and musculoskeletal disorders according to the pathology, according to the myology, and according to the whole of the bath pitta structures of the body.
True. Okay, so I'll skip a couple of questions because we have got our next speaker. Thank you
Sure.
so much for the amazing insights
Thank you,
and
Arijit ji.
would love to work with
This is
you,
my honor.
Dr. Mohit. Let's
Sure.
see what we can do. This is a platform where practically magic happens. Let me take 1 minute from our next speaker. I will compensate that. Don't worry, Dr. Ashwin. Last year, two, two, two of the SMEs, they were talking about their own project and how that is how that is beneficial for sustainable energy creation. In next 6 months, we have been rigorously working with them. In next 6 months, they not only got funding, but then they scale up their venture from India to Middle East, and then now they are settled down over there completely. 5 years, 6 years back, before World Leader Summit, within our accelerator, there was a European company based out of Moldova who wanted to scale up, to the Middle East, and then we helped them to do that in a physical program. Okay, for all the audience, World Leader Summit, this November, each and every year, November we do that online, and in December we do a physical one, and every month we have programs which is dedicated to a particular technology or a subject. That's how things are done. So magic practically happens over there, not only funding or connectivity. Some of the co-panelists or speakers, they even start their venture just meeting in our conference or meeting in our network. So feel free to bless us. Feel free to love us, the love that you are showing in social media. Feel free to come in our summits physically as well. And let's see what kind of magic we can do. So with this note, let me shift to our next speaker, Dr. Mohit. You can see all the questions in social media. I will send you the link in your WhatsApp. You can answer them
Sure.
directly because multiple
Sure.
questions are
Sure.
coming. So here is the
All
time
the
for
best, Ajit.
Dr. Ashwin Nayak, again from India. Over to you, Sarji. Mic is yours.
Yes, first of all, thank you so much, Mr. Abhijit Bhattacharya ji.
It's
This is a
Arijit.
fantastic, pardon me?
Arijit.
Orijit, fantastic to invite me here. Thank you so much for your, kind energy and your, fantastic work which you're doing with the World Leader Summit. And I'm really, really, happy to be a part of this and contribute, collaborate, and co-create. Because as you know, this is the century of India. This is not the decade of India. It is the century of India. And like I said, that if there is any kind of country or a philosophy which is only given and not taken, it is the Indian or the Bharata, the ancient Bharata, which is the oldest living civilization, which is still active, still having its root, and amazing first call with the Dr. Mohit before this, and I was really, I'm also a kind of a social entrepreneur as well. So, how do you want to do this? Do you want me to just talk about myself first, or what's the general protocol?
Protocol is you introduce yourself and then you speak on your proposed subject that you have mentioned. Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. So, hello everyone. So, I'm basically Dr. Ashwin Naik. I'm a filmmaker and entrepreneur, having around 18, 19 years of experience in the industry, produced around 200, 250 commercials, music videos, short films, documentaries, 2D, 3D, AR, VR, anything and everything in the short format media and advertising landscape for some of the topmost ad agencies and media networks of the world, like WPP Group, IPG Group, and Publicis Group, which is cumulatively controlling around 75, 80% of the global landscape. Now, apart from that, also did a couple of diplomas in filmmaking from some film schools across the globe. And when I started my journey in Bollywood, also I had the privilege of working under some really big names in terms of the directors, the creative producers, writers, and a fantastic ecosystem we have here, completely based out of Mumbai, Andheri boy. So the heart of Bollywood is right now in Andheri. So that's my kind of core competency. Apart from that, also did a lot of talent management. I was managing some celebrities and who are well known. I would not want to name them, due to some privacy concerns. But yes, some of the topmost stars which you have seen on the screen, web series, movies, music platforms. I've been involved with them in terms of managing them, giving them work. So basically, media, entertainment, and now I'm back to being a technologist because. Originally, like a lot of people in our country, first we do engineering and then we figure out what to do, right? So I'm one of those people, like in the famous movie Three Idiots, where he says that यहाँ पे लोग पहले इंजीनियर बनते हैं और फिर सोचते हैं क्या करना है. So I'm one of those people who first got qualified as an engineer, as a computer science engineer, from Bangalore Institute of Technology, BIT Bangalore, and then moved to Mumbai to follow my dreams, pursue my kind of passion. And now it's been 18 years, and now I'm back to being a full-time tech entrepreneur with around 18 years of experience on the creative side. And let me tell you a little bit about the media, entertainment, advertising, sports kind of an industry, which I feel is going to generate trillions of dollars of revenue for India as well as the global market. So as of now, if you see that the whole media entertainment industry landscape is pretty much like a creative field. So the what do you call, the intervention of technology with respect to the back end and the front end of the whole ecosystem is quite less. So we have tools, we are using some tools, but those tools are never, it's never gone into the masses, or it's never gone into the public domain. It's just some kind of stuff. Every production company has its own set of tools which they're using. Every studio has its own set of tools which they're using. And overall, what we are developing is using a lot of latest technologies in terms of advanced super AI kind of landscape, machine learning models. We've got a fantastic team of data scientists who are working with me. We've also got people from the demand side, which is the brands, the agencies, the what do you call, the media networks on the demand side. And the supply side, we've got talent managers, we've got artists of all kind. And I also call the sports people also some kind of talent slash artists, because they are also in the creative field in a way, right? Because as you see that this has been the best medal tally for India in the last few decades in terms of the Olympics also and the Paralympics also. So I think what Modi ji's vision of 2036 coming in as the Indian kind of hosting venue for the entire Olympics of 2036, we are building alongside that. So it's a long term vision. It's a vision where we are bringing the talent on one side, we are bringing the brands and the agencies on the other side, so that the person who requires the kind of support right now can get it right now. For example, the biggest pain point is the lack of data, the lack of kind of transparency, the lack of democratization of the ecosystem. And as the talent manager, when I was working with the celebrities, with the music artists, I realized that there is a lot of kind of black box, black holes, and kind of information vortexes, which can only be filled up by technology. And being a kind of an engineer by qualification, I took up the responsibility on myself when some of the celebrities told me that, Ashwin, you are the right person to build something for this ecosystem, because 18 years you have given on this side, where you have done, you understand the pain points and the, landscape from the brand side, agency side, production side, as well as the celebrity and the manager side. So why don't you take all those pain points in and then go back to your engineering days and, come back with a kind of a platform which is going to solve a lot of issues. And it can also have a kind of B2B verticals, B2C verticals, B2B2C verticals. So that is when I said, okay, and 6 months of R&D is already over on my platform, and 3.5 months of coding and development is over. And as we speak, my minimum viable product, or you can say the first draft of my demo of my platform, is going to be ready in the next 1 week. And probably the next summit, when we are having a face-to-face one, Arijit, where, I hope you are organizing something in Mumbai as well, right? I hope that.
We actually did in Dubai. Earlier to that, we did that in Ghana. So it depends on the ministry level. WLS is always supported by any particular country. So last time in Ghana, we had the vice president graced us the occasion. This time also, when we started online, the ambassador and the presidential candidate of Liberia, he opened up the session. So it depends. I mean, in India, to be very honest, we hardly do a leader summit in India. It happened in Europe, it happened in Africa, it happened in Middle East. But then, yes, we are doing one in Calcutta jointly with one media company. Yes. And this is basically subject that you choose is practically, I'm not sure if you have seen the earlier videos, it's practically on the basis of the knowledge sharing, not what you are doing, as a entrepreneur. So like everyone can talk about their own subject, which is a subject line, not your business. So that's a different program that we have, Ashwin. If you see the leaders meetup, there is a program in World Leaders Summit where we encourage people to come and talk about their business. There are multiple different other entrepreneurs, and B2B happens. But then, yeah, please continue. Please continue.
Yeah. So now I'll come back to the knowledge sharing bit then. So basically, as you see, the media entertainment sector, guys. So now let me purely get into a knowledge sharing mode. So media entertainment sector, as you see, it's a very, very wide sector where we have, multiple kind of you can say lines of businesses. Like we have advertising is one of the mediums. We have film, which is a massive medium, in which again there are sub mediums also. Like there is a theatrical kind of a theater business. After that, there is the OTT business, which comes into the web series and the OTT platforms. Then we have the print medium, which is now a little bit, dicey because of the cost of paper going up and the digital intervention coming in and happening in a very big way. So that is one. Then we have radio, we have, other stuff like television is a huge, huge kind of medium. But again, yes, now with the advent of the connected TVs or the CTVs, so the trend in the industry is that the advertisers are now looking for hybrid platforms where they are having the TV shows simultaneously, webcast on the OTT platforms also, like most of the TV channels. Sony has its own thing called Sony Live, Z has Z5. Similarly, all the media giants have their own kind of platforms where they are kind of, doing these simultaneous simulcasts, you can say, of their content. And apart from that, what I can see as the future of this industry is that, yes, there is a definite threat of AI, because a lot of, platforms have come in where you have text to video, text to audio, and all kinds of stuff. So, uh, the writers in Hollywood recently, they had a strike, last couple of months back, where they were very, very, affected by the AI coming in into the screenwriting domain. And yes, so as a community, the media and entertainment industry needs the support of all the viewers, of the consumers, because see, end of it, it's just like, piracy is a big issue. That is one. And just like the wildlife industry uh, survives on the buyers, and PETA and all these companies, they say that, when the buying stop, only then the killing will stop. So similarly, when the consumption of the AI content, is a minimum, only then the kind of real life artists in terms of the singers and everything. And as you know, a lot of these, celebrities have also trademarked their voice, because a lot of AI platforms are now, taking a voice sample and cloning it. Like, for example, another Arijit Singh has recently, filed a case where he has trademarked his voice, because some AI platforms were using his voice sample and then creating some kind of, random songs out of his voice. So I don't know how far the government and everybody will be able to stop this kind of AI intervention in this industry. But like I said, it should come from the consumers, it should come from the users, it should come from the viewers, because end of it, see, the stars are made not by themselves, they are made by the fans. They are made, and India being one of the largest countries for the theatrical cinema industry. For example, we have Hollywood at one, China at two, and Bollywood slash the entire film industry at three, Indian film industry. So that is completely made up of the fans. Especially if you see the South Indian fans, they are crazy about their favorite actors, favorite stars. It's almost like they make them into a demigod kind of a structure. So I feel that on the grassroots level, on the ground level, the fan clubs have to come together, and then kind of, have some kind of a certification which says that this particular song or this particular video is AI generated, and this particular song or this particular video is completely, produced by the production company, by the, people involved in the kind of, making of that content. So that what will happen is that at least the fans will know that they are supporting the ecosystem. They are, it's their fans support their money. Like Rohit Shetty sir, says that I make movies for my, audience. I am not here to win awards and all that. I am here to kind of give the my audience, my consumer, the entertainment value. When he's coming, he's spending, five people are coming, so expensive the theaters are, so they're spending almost 3 to 4 thousand rupees on one movie, or for a 4 to 5 hour experience. So it is very, very, what do you call, very, very upright of me to give them the value for the money, give them the entertainment what they're looking for, and give them that escapism for the next few hours, so that they can just forget whatever they have in their personal lives. It could be anxiety, stress, or whatever it is. They're coming there to enjoy that family time with the movie and get something out of that also. So similarly, we have legends in the industry like Rajkumar Hirani sir, who has a kind of a social cause attached to every movie he does. There is a beautiful mix between a commerce and critics. That is, I think, a very fine art which Raju sir has kind of, initiated, and he has kind of, mastered that domain. Plus, we have other superb filmmakers like Priyadarshan sir, who is a legend in his own right. And, he makes a movie like De Dhanadhan, which earns 100 crore rupees. And in the same calendar year, he makes a movie called Kanchivaram with the Prakash Raj and somebody else, and pure, beautiful art film, and wins the national awards with that. So filmmaking as a industry requires the support of the audience, requires the support of the community, of the whole team, so that this AI threat which is coming now, and because this is just going to get worse and worse. Because as of now, if you see some of the platforms, OpenAI has launched Sora, which is a text to video, text to audio kind of a generator. Then we have LTX Studio, which is giving 4K output. So the VFX industry is dependent on this, the production industry is dependent on this, the celebrities, actors. So there are at least 25 30 different kind of sub industries which are dependent on the entertainment industry. And I think the change has to come from within, from the subscribers of the OTT platforms, from the users who are consuming the content on social media, from the fans who are going to the theaters and watching the movies and spending their precious time, effort, and their money on watching the content. And apart from that, entrepreneurs and filmmakers should come together in this new kind of post AI age. I would call it the AI age, where Chat GPT era is now the norms of the world, where most of the people are using it on a daily basis. And I think India being the country which is got the maximum digital penetration. So maximum number of users, maximum number of traffic, maximum number of revenues are coming from India right now for most of the big tech giants of US, UK, and the world. So having said that, it's important that forums like World Leader Summit have some kind of frameworks. Like, I loved what Mr. Elon Musk said, a couple of months back, where I was sitting with the Saudi prince in, some place like Dubai or some other, UAE country, where he said that, in the next 10 years, AI is going to enter most of the industries. And there is nothing which the AI can't do better than human beings, right? So for us to thrive as a community, as a, human race, we should have some, world level basic kind of a minimum wage kind of a format for most of the people, because suddenly there's going to be a lot of jobs which are going to go. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to come on the streets and protest. And the only solution for that is that the companies who are doing the layoffs and everybody, all of us come together, create some kind of a platform or some kind of like a World Bank should step in and then have a basic minimum wage for the people who are affected by the AI layoffs, so that the life can continue for them, because otherwise it kind of leads into some kind of gray areas for the people who are having families, who are having children dependent on them. So as a social entrepreneur, I always try to look at ways in which I can contribute to the nation building, contribute to my community, the society at large, and also try to uplift people and the entire ecosystem as a whole. So with that, I would like to say that yes, pretty much very much excited to be a part of World Leader Summit, and my services and my inputs and my anything you need from me, Orijit, and your fantastic team, I'm always available. And like I said, that yes, definitely we should come together, create some more of these platforms where we have job opportunities for the people who are laid off, because that is most important right now, as a human race coming together, showing the world that India not only can be a good kind of place for CXOs to thrive in the America and the other countries, but we can also be very good social entrepreneurs and world class world leaders, trying to bring a positive change in the entire world. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashwin, for the beautiful speech. Let me give my 2 cents. Working with AI for last 25 plus years, AI is not a new technology. It used to exist around 40 years back. But what we are discussing at the moment is basically the impact of Gen AI. I still remember 2018, if I'm not wrong, I was taking a session in NTPC, which is one of the largest organization in India, a public listed organization, how to tackle the deepfake. So 2018, people never ever thought about deepfake, but I was actually taking the sessions on that. So like working with deepfake, working with cybersecurity, working with AI, one first and foremost answer, we can't stop it. Uh, the challenge is whether we understand what is a deepfake voice, whether we understand what is deepfake video, and what is the purpose of using that. Number one, it's a tool. If as a movie maker, we are using it, this is great. It's a great tool. It optimizes a lot of things. I can go on probably with another session, how this can be helpful for movie producers or maybe music creators or maybe the editors. But the challenge is, Ashwin, is if we want to stop something which is the future, it's not going to happen. It's very difficult. But can we produce a full-fledged movie utilizing AI? Answer is yes. Can we produce continuous characters which will act as a hero or heroine? Again, answer is yes. Maybe if you look at few bit of point of view of a startup who can't pay a bill of an influencer, they are using the AI influencers by paying just $10 in a month, and they can promote their business. So in one way, it is good for few people. In another way, it is not that great for few bit of movie stars or celebrities. Like you, we have hired around 350 plus models, actors in my life. while creating games. So we create games since 1998. So I'll give you my example. When we used to hire those models, there was no technology which can translate them into a 3D digital character. So we have to go on a scratch level, creating our own plugin, converting them into complete 3D digital character, make a game out of it. But because I was too early for the market, at least in India, probably those models or those celebrities didn't even understand that. They just get paid. That's it. Things stop. But now, if you look at the social media, even if you create a small banner ad or maybe a small commercial, they will shout about that ad or the commercial or the maybe the banner ad, right, in their own social media. Now the point is, if a technical guy who really want to disrupt the market, we made a lot of movie-based games as well. So if I look back, Tollywood industry, we co-produced 3 movies. We produced around 5 games from various different movies, which is localized. We did few from Hindi. Unfortunately, maybe I was too early for the market. I will not say
Correct.
good or I will not say good or bad. But then if you look at today's scenario, when I was asking people, please join, we are pumping money to make a game, it is for all the audience. If you look at movie industry and music industry, combine them together, gaming industry is 3 times bigger than that. So whenever we are telling people that, in India, people used to laugh at us. But now, when you are doing that outside of India, people are accepting us like anything, like maybe a demigod. The reason is they know where is the market going. So if you look at the growth of technology at the moment, if we are into that buzz, happy to handshake with you, Ashwin. If you have a new platform which is coming up, which can solve the issues, not a problem. We actually have an ecosystem called Glamworld Face, wherein we have models, actors, we give them work, we give photographers work, we give a couple of film directors a little bit of work. So we are all doing our parts in life. So better, you are rightly said, it's better that we should collaborate in some point of time so that things can be matured and developed together. As a business accelerator, as a fund, as a serial entrepreneur, I have few bit of access to few bit of governments, ministry level, information technology, or maybe the cultural level. Of course, I'm sure that you also have that. Let's join hands together. Let's see that what we can do together. There are things which really, really very close to my heart. There are a couple of celebrities who are my friends. I have been telling them that, you are made because of the fan. You also said that, right? So you need to understand how to communicate with people. Your PR activity, what is going on at the moment, is in the level of only like a movie star. But then if you are traveling probably outside of India, I'm talking about local stars. Huh? I'm not talking about Bollywood celebrities. Like I'm not talking about SRK or Hrithik Roshan. I'm talking about the local stars. You need to understand how to promote yourself outside of India. If you're doing that, A, you are becoming more popular. B, you can get more money. C, you need to understand how to be with the right kind of person. In that way, AI plays a vital role. So if you combine their deepfake character, I don't call it as a deepfake, I rather call it as a 3D character. If you catch that character in an early stage, and then you make that available in the global scenario by protecting that by law, no one can actually do any kind of harm with your neither voice, nor your video, nor your picture. Unfortunately, uh, sorry, I'm a very cutthroat person. Unfortunately, there is no mechanism to make them understand what is going to hit them in near future. Probably the manager who is working in between, they don't understand the growth of technology and they are saying that, okay, fine, let it be. होने दो यार, उसमें क्या जाता है? I'm working with some celebrity. But then now it is hitting them so hard and now they are clueless. So if we can probably make them understand, don't fear. AI is going to actually safeguard you if you can work on the security level, safeguarding your voice on a protection level. Now, if anybody is doing that, it calls piracy. Before that, it calls technology. So I believe personally, let's finish World Leader Summit maybe on 5th. I'll be more than happy to personally talk to you, see that what we can do. We are already doing a couple of impact safeguarding few bit of celebs, not in India, but yeah, in Europe, yes, we are doing that. So if you feel our platform can be helpful, all yours, not a problem. Thanks for the
Absolutely.
lovely discussion.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Arijit. Really nice connecting with you. Fantastic. I think you are having an office set up in Mumbai also, right?
Yeah, we do.
So I will catch up with you. We are anyways in touch on WhatsApp. So let's catch up after, probably a week or something. My demo also will be ready. I'll come with my demo with my team. Let's sit on the table. Let's discuss these ideas. Let's club forces and, kind of bring
I
something
have a
world.
question from the audience level in the, okay. The question is coming from India itself. Malini is asking you that uh, when somebody wants to connect with a celebrity, maybe in social media, wanted to hire them and sending a very basic text that they are looking for some celebrity endorsement for their startup, what is the best way? Because they don't answer at all. I don't know whether I should ask this question in this forum or not, but that's the question that came.
Yeah, so that is what we are doing. The platform we are building is the going to be the kind of default platform where the genuinity is going to be there. What happens in this landscape is that every day I'm part of so many WhatsApp group and there are some fake inquiries coming that they want Shahid Kapoor for something on somewhere so it's very very haphazard. There is no kind of event, including the event lobby also. Every day events are happening, singers are singing, talent is going across the globe, but there is no method to the madness. So this platform becomes the verified platform where the verification happens. That from the brands, we take care of the verification that these inquiries are genuine. And from the seller side, we take care of that this is the actual celebrity, this is the actual manager, and the filtration and everything is done by our machine learning algorithms. And our kind of few of my teammates are also here, and I'm happy that they're here. So this is the need of the hour. And let's catch up, Arijit, and you can share my number to this lady, and then whatever requirements they have offline, I will solve it right now for you. But yes, once the platform is out, then all these pain points will be solved.
Sure. So if you are listening to this, I'm sure that you are there. Feel free to connect him. So his name is enlisted in our website. It's in the present speaker list. You can search about him in LinkedIn or maybe other social media. Feel free to connect. See, I'll give you a little bit of idea, Malini. It's not that you are doing wrong, but then you need to understand when you deal with a basic model, forget about only celebrity, a basic model. They get so many of such kind of message in their social media. It is very hard for them as well to understand who is genuine, who is not genuine. So you need to understand, maybe the person you wanted to connect, maybe it is either missed out, or maybe probably they don't know who you are. So if you can share your details, who you are, with your website, with your details, the exact kind of inquiry, I'm sure that people will respond. But at the same time, on the opposite side also, you need to understand it is not a problem of celebrity or movie star. It's a problem of me as well. There are multiple number of people who ping me in my LinkedIn or in my social media asking for money. I need funding. I need to do that. I need to do this. So I actually set up a dedicated team just to filter out these things. So you need to understand from the model's perspective or a celebrity's perspective, if I am getting probably 3,000 message in a day, they are getting probably a million message in a day. So you need to understand that. I mean, you can't blame someone not responding. I'm not saying it's not a justice to put that question in World Leader Summit question answer, but then please understand the point of view how the ecosystem works. At the same time, lot many cases I have seen that people are asking why the taxation is so high in some X country. Why don't government give some subsidy? Why don't they give complete grants? Well, guys, you need to understand government can't give grant from their own pocket. The grant that you are getting is basically a public money. And how government earns, they are earning from foreign earning. That's number one source. Number two source for income from the country itself. So if they can't earn, how do you feel that a person will actually give you grant? Well, we don't get any kind of support from banks. They don't fund us. They don't give us loan. They are looking for collateral. Answer is yes, they will look for that. Because you need to understand, bank is dealing with public money, right? If they are dealing with public money, they have to make sure whom they are giving that loan with what kind of collateral. If they don't get the collateral, how they will give answer to RBI that why this loan is passed. So the entire public money will go in drain. At the same time, you need to understand a person like Ashwin who is talking about media and entertainment, coming up with a solution. They are also dealing with multiple different kind of maybe I would say ecosystem where they are going to some country saying that you know what, we're gonna do a shooting in your country so that your country or the place becomes popular. And movie is the best place to popularize a particular new location.
Film
So the
tourism.
ministry is, yeah, so the ministry is giving them a little bit of X amount of money which is beneficial for that particular place. I'll tell you the reason why the calculation happens from the economics point of view. Say for example, government wants to make popular of a new place. May say the place is called Armageddon, right? Now they have to pump in probably $5 million for that. But here comes a movie maker. They say that, hey, we're gonna bring 2, 3 celebrities, do a shooting over there, only 3 minutes or 2 minutes shooting for a song. But your place will get all those kind of viral effect because our marketing strategy is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So our footfall will be probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the government calculates that and see that they don't need to pump in $5 million. Rather, if they pump in maybe $50K, only 50,000 to this movie maker, it solves. And maybe they give another 50K some other movie maker, it solves. That's how the economics works. So you guys need to understand how you do business, where you want to tap in, where you want to rope in. Doing business is really, really, really easy if you are honest and if you stick to your point. And that's the vibration I'm getting from Ashwin. You know, when he's saying my platform is going to be there in next couple of months, he's not saying it is ready. You need to understand the authenticity and probably a person coming from engineering background worked in the media industry for 18 plus years and saying that let's collaborate, let's handshake. And this is what probably we all need. So I'm sorry. I mean, Ashwin, probably I spoke a little bit uh,
No,
more on your behalf, but I
no,
think that it was
absolutely.
needed. There is a myth that is there in Indian consumers' mind. It was needed. So you need to understand how people act and react. Yeah. Thanks, Ashwin, for coming. For
Thank you
more
so much.
questions, I'll share you the link. You can answer directly in the social media. Thank
Absolutely,
you.
sir. Take care. Bye bye.
You too. You too. So now from media entertainment, let me move to Mr. K. Ravikant from Aurora University. I can see that you're already here, sir.
Thank you, Arjit. I think it was a pleasant day. In fact, I was there from past 2 hours in the session, and I really had impressive thoughts from a lot of speakers. In fact, thanks to your entire team, the World Leaders Summit for getting in, pitching in all the top speakers. And, I was happy to listen different perspectives with respect to, entertainment, media, with respect to, hospital management. So there are plenty of things which the discussion was happening on. Well, uh, I think the other speakers are also waiting for the line, so I'll just quickly come on to my topic. So I think I'm actually working as an assistant professor for a university which is in India. I work as assistant professor and also coordinator for Center for Future Skills at Aurora University, Hyderabad, India. And I'm also doing my research. Currently, I'm working on to deepfake detections, where Mr. Ajit was also pointing onto it. I think we have to get connected offline, maybe to also discuss on this area. But before I start my presentation, as Mr. Ajit was telling, we cannot stop anything because we have technology, and we have it's just like a coin in the market, right? There are possibilities of equal possibilities of heads and tails, and you always have one side we have advantages, on the other side we also have disadvantage. But how we use technology in a positive way, is all about today's summit. I think that's where we are all landing into it. So let me pitch into today's my topic. My discussion for the next 20 minutes would be on AI and its applications, and of course, I'll also touch upon deepfake detections, which is actually hitting market in a very big way. I think a lot of politicians, lot of industry people, actors, actresses, even the common man is also getting this impact today. And well, so quickly moving on, we were all talking about artificial intelligence from past 2 hours. I think we were telling some speakers were telling AI might take away our jobs, and somebody was telling no, AI might actually help us. So it is all about, as I also go with Mr. Arjit, there's nothing to stop, and in fact, there's nobody to take away the job. It's all about how we use the technology in a proper perspective. So that's how I think today we in fact train our students, we mentor our students. Moving, I think somebody was also talking about the tools like AI tools like ChatGPT. And today, in fact, we must also appreciate, ChatGPT is also helping out in making our job more simpler. But it all depends, when we make our students to create their assessments, or maybe, when they want to get some update content with respect to any topic. I think today there are plenty of platforms. In fact, people have made it more easier in preparing their presentations. So there are plenty of things. So coming to like AI day to day, there are a lot of interesting facts. I think today, if we talk about, I think we are all in the AI world today. Starting from the day we wake up, we started using Google AI powered predictions. I think, in fact, I keep using Google Maps when I travel for a new place. I take Google Assistants. And today there are plenty of other ride-sharing applications which we often start using. Like the best example is an Uber platform, which we are using it. And in fact, AI has gone a next level where AI is also used in autopilots in commercial flights today. And there's one research paper of mine, which I have also contributed, where AI in terms of spam filtering onto emails. And if we keep talking, there are plenty of other AI applications with respect to plagiarism checkers or plagiarism tools which we are using today. In fact, facial recognition is one such application of AI. And I think Mr. Ashwin was also talking about, voice to text, or maybe voice to image or video, conversion techniques, which media film making is using today. So there are plenty. If we start talking, I think somewhere I was just visiting a school in India, an international school. I was surprised to see the tutor was on to, assisting students using virtual personal assistants. As we have our, Apple Siri and Amazon Alexa, there are plenty of other applications which, in fact, schools have started using it in their teaching aids. And I still remember AI chatbots was one of the major, change which happened in the education industry, where chatbots started, creating bots for communication with students for their doubts clarification, or elementary schools and higher schools, even at university levels. Still, I could remember when I was traveling to one of the holy place in India. I think I've also seen AI with respect to powered temperature screening systems were also deployed. Where it was actually scanning hundreds of individuals, with respect to the temperatures. I think that it was also introduced in some railway stations, and also where there's a huge crowd maintained. And if I still remember, there was one application which, if I remember, AI-based Google contact tracing app, the name called Arogya Setu app from Government of India. I think at the COVID time, in fact, we all been installing Arogya Setu app, where we were keeping ourselves safe from the COVID patient, what just by installing on smartphone devices. And in fact, AI also drawn a next level where, there are a lot of examples. If I take even in India, as we have Arogya Setu app, in Singapore, we have Trace Together app, and even the Chinese government had some contact detector apps. So there are plenty if we get into this. And as Mr. Ashing was also talking about AI over entertainment, yes, absolutely. So there are AI voice generators which have come today, like Lovo or 11 Labs. So there are plenty which keep covering, and there are a lot of videos which are there on YouTube and other social media. In fact, we'll be surprised. There was one video of our great Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, in fact, I was surprised looking at that video where, the Modi ji goes, he's been live and singing a song. So that's the beauty of technology today. And to be open, I think there was one speaker also talking about robotics in current generation. I think, yes, absolutely. We have experienced, there were some situations in the COVID time where, robots were used to deliver food and medicines to patients at hospital, because it was very tough time for a common man to go and serve medicines or maybe food to the COVID patients. I think this was one best example where technology has helped out. And in fact, today, even in the metropolitan cities, we see robots serving food in the restaurants and hotels. So, I think our kids would be very happy to see such kind of robots coming and serving food today. And there's another application where one of my team is working on, where we have a drone technology today, and AI is also in aerial vehicles, where we started integrating drone technology and, identifying the temperature or maybe the symptoms with respect to the diagnostic functions. So there's plenty again, if we talk about. And as one speaker who was connected onto Ayurvedic medicine, in fact, it was a great presentation. So I think AI is also onto Google DeepMind today. There's something like Google DeepMind, which introduced AlphaFold, that could actually predict the 3D structure of a protein-based genetic sequence. So there's a lot of research happening in terms of vaccination, in fact, with respect to the different possible treatments for a respiratory illness of a particular patient. And I think healthcare is also growing bigger in terms of analyzing this complex genetic data with respect to the surgeries in the highest precision. I think AI is also moving into that perspective. And I think very soon we'll be seeing this technology with respect to self-driving cars. In fact, I think we will be one who will be eagerly waiting to see. I think companies like Tesla, Apple have already started working on the self-driving technology. I think this would be the future of transportation, if I'm correct. And I think we also use this AI with respect to prediction, maybe the traffic predictions, or maybe with respect to online transportation network. The best example, when we book a cab, we go for a ride. I think this is where AI we started using. And then coming into the main topic of today, I think AI is on everywhere. I think, the day we start our early morning, we start moving with AI applications by using a smartphone, by using a tab, or using a laptop, doing our transactions, and to be surprised, we cannot talk about data today. The data size has drastically increased, and it has reached out of our expectations. And today, the main topic, which is actually hitting not only India, even the other countries, is all about the deepfakes. I think as most of us are aware about this deepfakes, which are actually the manipulated video or maybe images which are being generated by using advanced AI techniques. So in fact, today, surprisingly, when our kids start generating some images, they keep morphing some images, or maybe, they create some different voices, as somebody was talking about, copyrights, so these are all which fits into your deepfake technology. And if when I started this deepfake, I actually started out to recommendation systems. Then slowly I thought I'll pitch into deepfakes, as rightly said by Mr. Rajit. Down the line from 2018, the research has started, and now actually people are, moving into this area, and we could see a lot of publications happening across India and even the other countries. And when I started with different topologies onto deepfakes, I could get into photo deepfake, audio deepfakes, and video deepfakes. Just to give it more insight, like when I wanted to work on photo deepfake, I was actually working on to face and body swapping techniques, where we make changes on the face, or maybe replacing or blending of the face or body with somebody else's face. So this is what all about. Or maybe virtually speaking, sometimes we change the costumes, we change the eyeglasses, or now we change the hairstyle or clothes. In fact, there was one of my presentation where I actually created a deepfake photo of mine, and then I presented it. In fact, the audience were surprised to me see me on the banner and see me lively when I was offline. So that was a deepfake photo generation, which we can also create today. And in fact, as there was discussion on audio deepfakes also, yes, absolutely. Voice swapping is one technique where we can also change a voice, or initiating somebody else's voice. This is one which is happening. Sometimes we see narration happening with some younger generation, or male female voices of different characters. So this is one area which we can actually pitch into it. And there's one other which text to speech, when changing audio into recorded, or by typing a new text. So this is also one topology of deepfakes. And I think now we are more into video deepfakes, where face swapping is one technique, where we replace the face of somebody of in a video with the face of somebody else, where we just swap the realistic, looking features of an actor or an actress in a movie. Or there's something called face morphing. Okay, a face changes into another again with seamless transition. This is one again. I think most of the video game players keep working on this to show their favorite characters onto it. I think. I'm a big fan of Allu Arjun sir, and also the David One. I think we have some deepfake, articles with deepfake images which are created. And when I was just going through this deepfake videos, deepfake images, I could actually identify a few techniques which they have actually used in. Somewhere I've seen some photos where there was an inconsistency of head poses, and blinking of eyes was one parameter, and skin and face hair changes was one. And there was also, with respect to spatial and temporal analysis, was one other technique which was used. And a lot of times we see mouth movements, or maybe the lip syncing is one most important technique which we have. I think there are few techniques which we can actually identify, even there might tomorrow there might be somebody else who might also create a deep fake video of Mr. Arjit and put it on the social media. So we must actually know, like, of course, the background compression technique would be one. Focusing on, eye, facial contrastness, then face processing and manipulation detection. So plenty of things which actually, comes into picture when we talk about it. Quickly moving on, I think I had some papers maybe down the line, as Mr. Ajit said, like we will also have technology concerned sessions. Maybe sometimes when there is such, I would actually love to come and share my even the research work, which would actually contribute to our nation. And also, so, people who are actually interested can also come and join hands. So where we can have some collaborative work. So there are plenty of techniques which people started using. One popular technique where most of us are aware is about GNANs. Okay, generative adversarial networks. Okay, so GANs are one where we again have two generator and discriminator, which would actually compete with each other there. And there's one other which we can also make use of, auto encoder. So these are two most popular techniques which are used for deepfake creation. And as I would also like to throw some light on defect detection methods. In fact, there are plenty of methods which researchers are working on it. As told by our previous speakers and Mr. Archit, right, we cannot stop deepfake. Absolutely right. We cannot stop creation of this deepfake content. So every day we see a lot of deepfake content getting generated with respect to text, images, audio, video. But there's a process which is happening, and there is a research which is happening where we can actually detect how far is this content a deepfake, where we can actually set a threshold value, and we can tell the end audience or the persons, like, this is what the percentage of deepfake which is actually created on it. And to be open, like, there are technologies, there are frameworks which we started working on, connected with AI, data mining, machine learning, deep learning. In fact, as of now, I'm working on to deep learning techniques connected to CNN, which we call convolution neural networks, and we have RNNs, recurrent neural networks. And as of my work, we are going with an hybrid approach, which is actually an ensemble method, which we are going up, working on to close to 7 to 8 parameters, considering, and then we come up with an accuracy, leveraging the strength of different architectures into a hybrid approach. And coming to the
Mr.
feature,
Ravikant,
yeah,
I will
yeah.
highly appreciate if you can wrap up in 1 minute.
Fantastic. Great. Gotcha. I'll quickly give you some resources. Maybe if somebody wants to work in this area, I think we can all collaborate together. There are existing data sets which are also available online, on to Kaggle, GitHub. There are plenty of data sets. I think researchers can also take a step forward. So moving on to future directions, I think real-time detection is one challenge which we have. And of course, as you know, there are some ethical considerations when we create this implications with respect to deepfake technology. And absolutely, yes, there are the government policies. And in fact, government has to take some more stringent decisions with respect to creation of this deepfake content, because there are plenty of tools today. We cannot stop people using tools. We cannot stop people using framework. So it's all about how we use the technology in a proper perspective is what all for today. I think over to Arjit. I think thank you, Mr. Arjit Bhattacharya. I think it was a great initiative from you and your entire team. I think from past 6 months, you're working on this project. I think you have successfully hosted this World Leaders Summit, and you being a best leader of this WLS, I think we are privileged to be part of your summit. Thank you, Mr. Ajit. Over to you, please.
Thank you, Ravikantji. Yeah, so we started World Leader Summit in 2019. You are right. We have been working every year for the Mega Summit for 6 months. But just for your information, we would love to have you as a speaker. So I'll give you the format and for all the other speakers and the
Thank you.
audience.
Thank you.
World Leader Summit every year happens as a mega summit that happens in November online, December physically in person. In some part of the world, usually we are invited by either ministry or sometimes a large university. They call us. We bring around 50 to 56 odd countries coming together physically. Online version usually happens always November. It is always like 5 to 10 days continuous basis, started back in 2019. Last 2 days, we usually keep it for startups to pitch in front of the investors. Around in last 5, 6 years, around I think 50 odd startups got funded directly from the platform itself. But then there is a structure that we follow. It's called Leaders Meetup. It happens every month where a particular person talks about a particular technology or a solution or financial solution. And there are audience who are basically coming from industry. Of course, students can join. There is nothing wrong that they can't join. They can learn. But this is more of like a B2B platform or selling your product to others or collaborate. That's the format that we follow. We'll be more than happy to have you on board, maybe in one of our monthly
Thank you.
program, continuous basis, but we can do that. Now, coming back to your discussion, there are two questions. I will take one from social media, then maybe I will talk a little bit. Then we'll hop into our next speaker, Dr. Megha Jain. She is waiting for quite a long time. There is a comment that came from social media. Actually, AI made lot many things easy, at least from startup point of view. Now we don't have to wait for our Indian employees with the mindset that maybe someday they will not work, maybe second day they have some issues of raining, or maybe the third day they will snatch some of the data from our computers. So we are now successfully working both with human and AI. I think that's a blessing. That's a comment that
Yes.
came from social media. Maybe you can put some lines into it.
So I think, see, as I started my presentation, so today, being an academician, I think we never worry about the technology. In fact, we must be blessed to have a new technology coming into our industry or academia perspective. So it's all about how we use. See, today, the best example, we don't have our great singer or Sri Balasubramaniam ji. Okay, see, but still we are able to have such kind of melodies hearing to it, and we don't have a lot of popular film stars today. We don't see them, but still our AI technology, our deepfake is meeting is possible. So I think technology is always there, but how we use it, whether you use it in a positive way or a negative way, it all depends on an individual. And I think as this platform, we always go in a positive mindset. So let us use this technology in a positive mindset, but not in a negative mindset. Yeah.
Thanks for the lovely answer.
Yeah.
For probably everyone, I will try to give a little bit of my 2 cents about deepfake as a technology. Well, we call it as a deepfake, but in gaming world, we have been using such kind of deep tech technologies for quite a long number of years. If you look at the growth of Apple, I will take you back to the Apple days. Probably I was not born that time, but then still, if you look at Atari, Steve Jobs got an internship in Atari. He walked over there, learned the mechanism how to create amazing game, and then understand the graphical user interface. Yeah. Then eventually, with that knowledge, he started Apple as a company with the co-founder. Yeah. Maybe my statement was wrong. Of course, I was born that time, but not accustomed with the latest technology. But then coming back to other entrepreneurs in the world, if you look at Slush, it is run by one of the finest game development companies based out of Finland. His name is Peter. Peter is founder, or rather, I would say co-founder of Rovio Entertainment. If you have played the game called Angry Birds, right? So there are people from the gaming industry. We use technology in a very hardcore level. Unfortunately, in India, uh, sorry about this statement, we have very less amount of knowledge about the strength of game development. We only feel mobile gaming is game development. No, there are VR, there are XR, there are metaverse. Metaverse coming from second world. If you have heard about second life as a technology, it's about 25 plus years old. Second life as a technology, from where the entire metaverse concept started. So all these technologies are made for a good cause. So I mean, I will echo Mr. Ravikant. If you look at incubation centers in today's time, so I sit as a jury in National Startup Award run by Government of India. I can see multiple number of startups, they are coming out of universities, from incubation centers, etc. Uh, they are doing massive work just because technology is there, right? So it's a subject of different discussion. Thanks for four more questions coming from social media, but we are sorry, we have another dedicated speaker, and she's amazing. I have seen her profile, Dr. Megha Jain. So with this note, Mr. Ravikant, we'll
Thank
have
you.
you once again.
Thank you.
With this note, let me welcome
Pleasure.
our next speaker. Yeah. Dr. Megha Jain, I can see that you are here. Please grace us with your presence and your knowledge and wisdom. I'll keep my mouth and the audio both shut so that I do speak.
No, but it was lovely listening to you, Mr. Dr. Bhattacharya. Was liking the way the things that you were sharing. Interestingly, my topic is little tangential than what the other speakers have been speaking about. Of course, they are talking a lot about AI and the recent technological developments. I don't know. My part is to bring that ethical part into that and to ensure that this AI actually can really emerge as only as a solution to the human, like to the mankind. So my topic has already been shared. My topic is this empowering the future leaders, and of course the role of the management education. That is the societal impact of the management education. I would start with one thing that we are already transitioning from Industry 4.0 to Industry 5.0. 4.0 definitely spoke about all these things which are already there with us, and the entire world is observing a very fast growth in terms of these technological developments and the industrial development. But now somebody had in Japan had coined Society 5.0, and eventually Industry 5.0 got coined. And yes, now the need has emerged that development at what cost should be questioned. And so Industry 5.0 actually talks about, a lot of things. Like the first thing is that it talks about that the fifth thing, which is should be added, is the human part of it, the human element of it. It has to have human centricism. It should not affect the mankind. It should rather support the mankind. So it has an option. It talks about prioritizing the human needs and human interests. Of course, Industry 5.0 does talk about involving circular economy, making the best use of the natural resources much more efficiently, so that the circular economic models can help, we to at times, reduce the consumption and make most optimum utilization of the existing resources. Industry 5.0 also has spoken about collaboration, multi-folds, multi-levels, collaboration even between human beings and robots, of course, which we are witnessing happening day by day. There are improvements, and also collaboration between different sectors. When I say sectors, it could be different industries. And when I say sectors, I also mean here different stakeholders who are a party to any development. It could be industry and academia as well. 5.0 also talks about usage of digital technologies, which we already had been knowing this use of AI, ML, predictive analytics to optimize the resources and becoming the most efficient organizations involving those processes and products. It is also talking about digital twins, which can act as a, supporting guide that we create the virtual models of products, processes, anything that we think of and find out, and we optimize it virtually first before we bring it in the physical form. So a lot of use of digital twins has been happening here. And finally, Industry 5.0 is also talking about the societal value That is, there is a shift of focus from the economic value to societal value, that is from not merely welfare, we are also talking about well-being these days. So this plus in this line only the Sustainable Development Goals have been envisaged by United Nations. Moving ahead, the ESG pressures that have been building on from all these stakeholders, specifically the investors in different organizations. So they all are putting a pressure that a development should definitely take place, but it should take place in a certain fashion, wherein the mankind's benefit in all ways should be ensured. So moving ahead, I would first talk about the historical background of the management education, like how our education system, specifically the management education system, emerged. So we all knew that initially it was just a traditional business education model wherein a couple of uh, things were taught and you understood how the business functions. But then eventually the shifted from making a profit focused organization, shareholders centric, and now finally it is moving towards not merely shareholder centric business, but it is moving towards a stakeholder centric approach, which talks about involving a lot of all these stakeholders which have some kind of connection with the organization, directly, indirectly, think for all of them, and finally take your business decisions. And eventually, management education is talking a lot these days about developing responsible leaders. So a lot of responsible leadership frameworks have emerged, and management education is trying to, bring that into its curriculum. So yes, the current landscape actually talks about integrating technology and digital transformation, but while ensuring the emphasis on sustainability, the social responsibility, uh, the ethical part, uh, and developing a global perspective, ensuring cross-cultural competencies, cross-cultural communication, and that's how our new age leaders should definitely emerge. So, what are the leadership imperatives and the societal challenges that the world is witnessing as of now? If I talk about the global challenges, we all are quite aware. All of us are. I'm just putting that in words again, just reiterating the things. We all are witnessing huge change in biodiversity, climate changes, a lot of environment sustainability things are in question. This is the part coming from the environment. Social inequality is something which everybody wants now to be addressed, and inclusive growth should be ensured. Rapid technological advancement is definitely there, but as my earlier speaker was talking about, it could be used for good as well as for bad. So those ethical considerations have to be imbibed when it comes to the leadership imperatives. So these are the challenges, and a leader has to ensure this. Growing ESG compliance pressures, as I was already telling, this is required to be imbibed in the management curriculum so as we can produce those leaders or those managers who can take forward the need, ensure the needs of the primarily the investors and all other stakeholders. And there are a lot of challenges that have emerged, and the way we all work, the way the Gen Z thinks, the way the millennials think, we all have a different frame of work these days. This is another societal challenge that has emerged, which has happened post pandemic, and the workplace transformation and the workforce transformation. And there are different choices now. A lot of people do not want to go for work. Of late, I was reading in news coming from India only. Uh, Organizations like Amazon, they are primarily targeting, silent firing. We all understand the concept of firing. Firing is because they want to now include AI instead of, they want to replace the workforce with AI. They're creating kind of pressures wherein already we know that Gen Z has a preference towards work from home, or in their own setup they want to work and deliver the results, but the organizations are indirectly targeting them, hitting them with the ways things that they don't want to follow, and that's how they're trying to fire them, indirectly putting a pressure. So these are a lot of challenges that are emerging post-COVID and of late we know that has been there. So the competences that are required in a leader, uh, now it is much more complex than what it used to be earlier. A leader has to have both a vision as well as empathy. A leader has to have an adaptive decision making approach, adaptive empathy, empathetical, and accepting the changes as they emerge, and accordingly go for a better decision and not following the previous models always. He needs to have much higher levels of emotional intelligence. The leaders these days are required to go for a systems thinking. We all understand what is systems thinking. So they have to go for systems thinking, and they do not have any choice. They have to integrate digital literacy, innovation, everything in their business. Every day they have to work for it. And they have to also focus for cross-cultural communication and leadership, cross-sectoral leadership as well. Cross-sectoral means now they need to have more understanding of what is happening across the globe, what are happening in different industries, what best practices can they adopt, and how they can exchange the knowledge and can make better products and services. So when it comes to the impact of management education in society, I would like to pick up a few examples. Uh, management education, first, it can create a lot of direct as well as ripple effects, indirect impacts. Direct impacts are quite understood. Management education, if it starts imbibing sustainability and responsible leadership way of developing their students, uh, it can create more responsible business leaders, the need of the industry as on date.
Oh.
Yes, sorry. Okay. Can I continue?
Yeah, please continue. It is your
Okay.
speaking. Yeah.
So, yes, if we imbibe those values in the education system, we'll be able to have more innovative and entrepreneurial ways of entrepreneurial leaders coming out of those systems, and they would be able to focus more on economic growth and job creation, is ensuring the sustainable practices getting adopted. This is the direct impact. If a management education picks this up as it's no more on the back seat. The societal development is no more on the back seat. It is now the at the forefront. And if it happens, then these are the direct benefits. But then there can be a lot of indirect benefits. Overall, community would develop. There will be a social mobility. Environment definitely would be taken care of. Overall, a business culture which is required to be developed in terms of ethical conduct, ensuring the governance part, ensuring the transparency part, that will be there. And yes, these all things can also help in inclusive development, gender equality, ensuring diversity, and creating a lot of indirect job opportunities for the other sections of the society. So, already a lot of management institutes, if I talk about a lot of management institutes, have already started adopting, collaborating, and bringing in sustainable business practices or some practices which are good for the society. So, I'll take a few examples which I've gone through. Like there is a Unilever Sustainable Living Plan, business school partnership, USLP business school partnership, wherein it is collaborated with the leading business schools of the world, like INSEAD, Harvard, IIM Ahmedabad, and they're focusing on the integrating sustainability into their business strategy. As of now, how are they successful? If we measure the impact of their collaborations, so more than 5 lakh livelihood opportunities have been created by these institutes in collaboration for small farmers, marginal farmers. They could reduce the environment footprint by almost 32% per consumer, whom they have directly influenced. They could also work on latest curriculum development for the business schools, and a lot of business schools have already adopted those curriculum. And of course, they have created their stories, success stories, which could be case studies for the next level business schools. Like I come from one of the institutes, so we would adopt those and we would eventually start practicing this in our neighborhood. So the key lessons is the most important key lesson from this particular program is that yes, these organizations and Unilever, they had tried to ensure to integrate profit along with a purpose. So as we talk about sustainable development goal, it is no more profit only, it is profit with a purpose. So yes, they have integrated those profit with purpose. Good part is that the students are most important stakeholders of these collaborations. So when I spoke about systems approach, so systems approach can be done by actually putting our students into the real life problems. They witness what is happening around and they themselves come up with the solutions. They're the smartest people we know. They know how to integrate technology. But to sensitize them is the role of management education. We need to sensitize them to actually deal with the real life case studies and help them develop, help these marginal, say, farmers develop. And that will help us getting a win win approach and will get those responsible leaders who actually have incorporated the best of the technological abilities to come arrive at solutions which are sustainable and which are very environment friendly. Another interesting case study that I've gone through is of I would call it as focusing on developing local leadership. We know understand about Africa as a continent. So African Leadership University Business School actually they had a lot of leadership challenges. Uh, they could not develop that much sufficient leaders. So what they actually ensured that they combined their management education with the local context, and because of their approaches, their practices, they ensured that 85% of their graduates they remain in Africa and they focus on local development, contribute towards local development, and not moving away from their own countries. Those students actually focused on creating more jobs. So 12,000 plus jobs created by now because of these collaborations, and a lot of female got enrolled. And as Africa does suffer from the gender inequalities, so it has promoted even the gender equality, and 40% female have actually gone up. Participation of female has gone up. Then there are cases wherein, microfinance, even at my own organization, when we offer the course of microfinance, we ensure our students visit rural vicinity. They do talk to the local self-help group and joint liability groups, and they do talk to them and understand their need of microfinance. When they talk, they understand the entire curriculum very well, and they actually come out with innovative solutions that how these models can be still further strengthened. So this further help us to create more social business studies, which are actually all encompassing, not only focusing on the development of your own leaders, but also help development in of the community around. So the management education can actually help a lot these ways in social innovation and scaling those socially innovative social projects, social entrepreneurships, using the bottom up approach and helping the local society. Then we have more models like IBM. It has collaborated with 20 leading business schools. And of course, it's being IBM, so it is focusing on social school digital transformative practices and the students and in collaboration using AI, blockchain, and digital transformation. They've further trained 10,000 plus students, created a lot of 200 plus digital projects, and created more than 50 patents. So this is another model of collaboration where the industry has collaborated with the institutes, and now the students, the future leaders, are actually using those technologies and creating better industry academia based partnership models and helping the society. So there are more such examples wherein then there is a Nordic business school sustainability coalition, where in 4 countries business schools like Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland they have collaborated, and they are focusing on more of circular economy models and sustainable business practices, which has helped the carbon footprint of these partner organizations to get reduced by 45%. So these are the ways that a management education can actually reach out to the solution. And the first thing that a management education is required, how we can do it, is like we can go for phase-wise implementation. First thing is like even the management institution is required to redefine its mission and vision, and it has to focus on SDGs. Those SDGs should form a part of its uh, we have to nurture the responsible leaders, business leaders. So our mission and vision statements, I'm coming from Management Institute, so I'm saying that even we have to redefine that. And we can fix up the goal and we can phase wise implement. And the success models could be converted into case studies and could be shared with the larger society. And those learning approaches can be, helpful for other institutes to copy. So we already know about those models. Like we all must have heard of, say, one such global forum is United Nations PRME, Principles for Responsible Management Education. So PRME is a wonderful platform. Even we are a part of it, and we know how students and educators across the globe, they are sharing their best practices, specifically how they are incorporating sustainability, ethics in their curriculum, and we are sharing with each other those practices. And whatever we could copy, the models that we could copy, the case studies are getting developed. We could copy and we could implement at our own place. So ultimately, if we have to transform the management education, it is already undergoing those transformations. I would not say that it's not happening. I would say a lot of education institutes have started even focusing on social immersion programs, social internships, when students have to work for communities. Even our students work, and I've witnessed a transformational change in them. Now their planning is much better. They know how to communicate, whom to communicate what. They understand how to find out the solutions. They also understand what are the challenges, and what are the limitations, and within those limitations that they have to perform. So they try to come up with innovative solutions. So it is a wonderful pedagogical transformation as well. Instead of we delivering them the theories, we take up these live projects, the social projects. We can take up microfinance related projects, we can take up livelihood enhancement projects, and we can actually convert our we can take up the projects for local development using AI, local community development using AI. So all these things will actually integrate all the technology as well as that ethical, social, conscious part of us, and we can develop together mutually. We can develop better future managers. I cannot say no to the challenges that any education institute can face, even at the individual level, even at the students level. We all know that there can be a lot of, lack of trust from the student side on the management, or there could be, first there is an initial inertia that students may not want to go to society, work for the environment. There are possibilities, but I think with increased awareness and with these forums like UNPRME, when a student understands that he's a part of such a global network, that kind of consciousness automatically starts reflecting in the student. And when they understand that they're a part of such network, that they can exchange a lot of uh, things on that network, these initial inertia and misunderstanding, communication problem, lack of trust could be easily dealt with by a management institute. When it comes on the organizational side, there could be uh, organizations challenge as well, and there could be a little traditional model of dealing with the practices. But I think sharing the success models and aggressive collaborations on all fronts can help a management institute also to become the face and to lead the change with the help of its students, and who are now would be more employable even by the industries. So I would conclude towards that there is a call to action for all of us, including education institutes, students, these aspiring leaders, and even the business leaders, because they all have to come together and collaborate. So as I shared, the institutes are required to reimagine, redesign their curriculum. It is really important in this current context of ESG compliances. Our students now need to understand what are the global environmental challenges, social challenges, and governance challenges, because now they are going to join all those organizations who are very, very active, on such kind of reporting and including those steps so that they can quickly become net zero so that they can be more stakeholder focused, that they can create an win-win model for entire company and the all the stakeholders. So students are required to even follow that. So that will help if the education institutes start more of networking, collaboration, partnership, and they also do measure the societal impact what they've created and make those success stories public will help a lot of other institutions follow it. And this is how we can empower the youth of today with the help of management education. Business leaders, the companies are definitely required to support the research initiatives of the education institutes, learning partnerships. Another interesting thing that we are doing, and it is required to be still followed, that our alumni owned network can do the reverse mentorship of the faculty as well. That how the now we are incorporating AI and how you can bring in those projects to the students. And participative learning model is the call of the day. It is the whole student teacher industry. It is all have to come together.
हॉटस्पॉट
Yeah.
हॉटस्पॉट कर दिया
Okay. Fine. So for
Give me a moment,
students,
ma'am. I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, I'm concluding, sir. I'm
No, 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 it's
concluding
not
in a
about your conclusion. Just give me a moment. I'll request all the other speakers and probably friend of one of or two of the speakers. If you are here in this platform, our model is pretty simple. We only take speakers in Zoom and we expect that there is no intervention during their speech. So highly appreciate if you can kindly mute your microphone when the other speaker is speaking. And then when your turn is coming, I will ask for turning on your video and your audio. Thank you so much. Dr. Mega, please continue.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Anyways, I'm there on the conclusion side. So even the students, we need to sensitize them that they have to develop a global mindset and they have to go for purpose-driven leadership. Time and again, they have to redefine their purposes as per the changing context, and they have to not fear from seeking diverse experiences, because more diverse the experiences they would have, their learning would be strong and their contribution to the industry as well as to the society would be immense. So it's a collective vision for all of us now. I'm coming again from ESG and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So it's a collective vision, and if collectively we all put a kind of pressure of ethically involving technology for development, I think we would be able to sensitize and we would be able to handle the challenges, the negative sides, negative externalities of the technology. So if we have a shared vision and collective responsibility, it can easily be, we can create a societal pressure on its students and can actually develop much more ethical and empowered leadership. So with this, I rest my
Thank
parts.
you.
Thank
I
you
think
so
we have
much,
got a lot
Dr.
of questions. First, I will go to CA Mr. Arun. If
Ji.
you have, yeah, you have raised your hand, you can now unmute yourself and ask.
Yeah, is it audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Hmm. My question is very simple. Actually, I am looking very closely to the edtech industry right now, and
Mhm.
all the edtech are, bleeding like nothing. So, what do you say? How the AI and the tech is helping the edtech sector, and what should be their next strategy to sustain in the market?
Are you coming from technology, sir, that how AI can help the edtech industry to grow?
No, I'm a chartered accountant, and having 17, 18 years of internal audit experience,
True.
and also helping the startups right now. Few
Mhm.
startups I'm helping. So particularly my question is like this. So how we can make a solution for this?
In using AI for edtech industry, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Sir, I would, as of now, I would refrain from answering this. I could have answered this, but I think I'm not an expert. So I think my next speaker could be, or in much better person would be Dr. Bhattacharya. He would help you
Yeah, I
to
can I can I can
answer
answer
this.
that, Dr. Megha. To
Yeah.
be very honest, I think it's a if I give you the answer, it's a long answer to concise that because we are running out of time. Uh, to be very honest, if you are a tech guy or if you have some technology person in your team, it's much more easier
Mm.
nowadays to give a solution on either edtech or agritech or be that maybe medtech. Without technology, now if we feel that we'll go to the traditional model, it will be very difficult. Predictive analysis was actually done long back. I'll give you my own 2 cents into this. When I was talking and working specifically on the AI integration on health tech, in India, people used to laugh at me. But now, if you look
Right.
at the entire structure, I have been called as an expert to multiple different universities, multiple different companies in Europe and Middle East, just to give them solution. So if you are in a space at the moment in edtech, this is the right time where you can probably adopt the technology and use it. If you don't have Virtual Infocom as a company, will be more than happy to help if you feel that that is helpful for you. Interesting fact,
Mm.
you are a CA, great. I took a session around, I think, 150 CA in your ICAI in Hyderabad a year back. So there was a session which is creating the smart pitch deck, which is right now in the in thing. Because gone are
Mm.
those days of creating those kind of valuations and projections, which created a bubble in the industry. So there are
Right.
multiple different methods. Uh,
Mm.
Mr. Arun, I'll keep my email ID over there in the chat box. We can always have a discussion. Let me take a couple of
Okay.
questions from the social media for Dr. Megha, and then I'll shift to the next speaker. Uh, so
Mm.
there are four questions,
Okay.
Dr. Megha, but then I will take only one or two. One question coming from a lady called Shalini. She's asking, how can leaders inspire and motivate their teams to contribute positively in the society where the AI is taking most of the job of C-level employees?
So ideally, there are two things, but the industry needs both the people in one. Like industry does need socially conscious individuals along with the ones who have AI, who have a good, control or good understanding of AI and usage of how they can use AI to the best of their benefits. So this is not in contrast. This is actually going together. The best part is any student. Uh, if we have to motivate a student to go for social work, so we can motivate him that you are good and you can easily adopt the AI models. You develop such models using AI. You develop such applications which can help the rural vicinity or the slum area. So our students in themselves will get immersed in social contribution, and wherein they would use the best of their knowledge for the benefit of the society. And once they're involved, I think here in one important thing which I would want to uh, surrender and communicate, that we cannot just ask our students to go and do that. uh, I would repeat and would continue to repeat, there has to be collaboration at every phase. Even if we can bring in industry expert, we can bring in NGO partner, the faculty themselves should be a part of those things. So if we collaborate and work together, we are no more students and teachers. We are collaborative. We have different expertise, different understanding. So if we bring in those collaborations together and we pick up a thing as a objective together, and together mutually solve this, then for sure I think we would be able to encourage and motivate students. Another good thing that I have been doing this, I did handle a lot of CSR initiatives in my place. And definitely, I did go through a lot of challenges wherein students are not interested in getting into these activities. Is only by creating ripple effects and creating positive stories around. A lot of students got placed in their companies. Okay, we are here to nurture startups, but even if we promote entrepreneurs, a lot of students got placed just because they shared how they contributed to the solution of a, say, rural problem or of an NGO or of a particular slum society, and the way they answered, the industries hired them. So that is, I think, that ways we can create. And yes, collaboration between institutes, even equally is more important. If I see your institute doing, your students doing so much, my students will automatically get triggered
True.
to
True.
adopt it.
And that's how things are always. Thank you so much for this answer, Dr. Megha. And probably I wish that in India we have a mechanism of working directly with the industry and the academia.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's a little minus point.
that's a
Not that
little,
much, or
little,
not all
yeah.
institutes get those opportunities.
True, true, true. So if we can
Yeah,
have that, even I can probably dedicate myself along with a couple of our industry people. So we run a accelerator and a fund. We have an incubation unit. We have a VC fund running in US, run by a couple of doctors. I mean, medicine doctors, and then surgeon. We eventually became angel investor. So like it's an interesting story how they became that. So probably if we can connect both the dots, Bharat will see a different kind of sun coming all together. And
actually.
it's true, like what you said, if your past students who got placement, they are coming as a mentor to the new startup. That becomes an amazing win-win situation. I'll tell you how. Mentoring is not about always we are talking about giving a little bit of input. It is about market connect. So if your placed candidates can open up a little bit of new opportunity to the new startup who have probably started their journey at the age of 19, 20, they don't know nothing, right? So that gives a lot of liberty. So you are right. I mean, absolutely, I will echo you. Thank you so much for sharing all these thoughts. But to be very honest, I really have to run. I love to talk to you, but then I really have to run to another speaker. All the speakers are amazing. Uh, Ahmed, you have to wait, my dear friend. Like your time was earlier. Please wait with us. You're from Lebanon, I understand. But then let me take Dr. Sweta first, and then hop into you, and then go to Dr. Piraki.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Sweta,
Bhattacharya, and thank you
thank
to
you. Thank you.
WLS team for giving this opportunity. All the
You're
best.
amazing. You're amazing. So there are multiple questions, Dr. Sweta, sorry, Dr. Megha. If you want to address that, it is there in social media. 4 5 questions. It is coming up as a sequence of questions. If you have a Facebook account, you can directly answer them or maybe chat with them. Feel free to connect with
If
anyone. We are totally open. Yeah.
Okay, perfect, perfect. I will reach out to the link that has been shared on the chat.
Sure, sure, sure.
Thank you. Yeah.
So now it's time for Dr. Sweta. Please grace us with your knowledge. I'll keep my mouth and audio both shut.
So, sir, very thank you so much, Arjit ji. Thank you so much for this opportunity and giving opportunity to talk in the well educated academicians, technologists, all are the talk is very impressive and informative, but my talk is little bit vary from them. They're all about talking about technology, education side.
Don't worry, this is
Already
the
that
beauty, Dr. Sweta. This is the beauty of World Leader Summit. We have 25 different pillars in
right.
WLS. So just stick to your subject. Don't worry about it.
Yes,
We
sure.
actually we
Thank
actually
you.
started with we actually started with robotics. We went to a doctor in Europe. He talked about alternative medicine. Then we hopped into
Yes, sir.
Ayurveda. Then again we came back to AI. Now then the leadership part. So don't worry about your different subject, please.
And I think whatever it may be, it's robotic and algorithmic, but whatever you want to do some, you want to run software, you want to do some programming, right? But you want to do programming, you want to do operate your computer, you need electricity or not? You want power or not? So that way, how we are going to get power? So what is the main things you need to go for power? So that thing I will little bit talk about power energy. That is nothing but where we are going to get from renewable energy source, solar energy. Dr. Megaji already mentioned sustainable goals. So right now we have in India 18 goals. Our energy is taking place in seventh place. So that we have to answer energy. Nowadays, you see, sir, we are habituated to use fancy mobile. If you want to purchase the mobile, also people are looking for color. So which color is good? Black, blue, white, whatever. So before that, when the mobiles get started, all are in the black color. But habitually, we are growing forward and we are looking for maintaining fancy life and colorful life, right? So for that, however, the Ajit ji have nice background, which is a brown color, right? So in that way, I'm going to provide the solar panels, means where you can get power from the solar energy. So nothing but we are converting solar energy into electricity. That electricity we are going to use it for our daily lives. For suppose you can take any solar panel, sir or ma'am. Most of the solar panels are made up of a silicon material, and moreover one more thing is that you have to fit on roof of the home only. You can't fix inside your room. Why? Because it needs sunlight. Then only the solar panel will work efficiently. It will produce a power which you can use for your daily needs. So but that is boring thing, no? We can you get all black color solar panels, and moreover you have to give your penthouse for the solar panels. You're not going to use your penthouse. So in that case, as a researcher, first just I will give little introduction about myself. I'm Dr. Shweta. I have completed my PhD at CSR Institute. One is a famous CSR Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, Hyderabad. Then my PhD total work is on solar panels, how to make solar panels, what is the main material to make efficient solar panel. So later I continued my research and I worked as a postdoc at Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. There I have learned how to fabricate the solar panels. So by combining both technology, right now I'm working as an associate professor at very famous Aurora Deemed University, which is placed at Hyderabad, India. There, I am commanding on both technology, research technology with academic technology. I'm going to combine both. I'm going to produce colorful, flexible, and transparent solar panels. So, with the help of my research, I'm looking forward the projects where I'm going to incorporate my research knowledge to make solar panels colorful. So one thing, as right now what we are using, that is silicon solar panels. If you go for any common man, any layman, each and every person can't afford to purchase the panels because it is very cost effective. So the panel which we are going to prepare, we are replacing the silicon. Why? Because the material which you are using for solar panel is silicon. That silicon you will not get it as a silicon. You will get it from silicon ore. So you have to extract from the ore. So that is a hectic process. You need manpower as well as financial oriented thing. So to avoid this, we are going to incorporate some organic molecules. As I'm a chemistry person, I'm going to prepare some colorful organic molecules which we are going to prepare with very less steps, and we are going to make it cost effective way. So that material I'm going to replace the silicon where we are using the solar panels. The organic material is responsible for color as well as transparent. And one more very good initiative for organic molecule is it is flexible. So what is the meaning of flexible? So as I already mentioned, the solar panels you have to keep on the roof of the home only. But the material which I have prepared, if suppose we are going to incorporate in the solar panel, that is flexible in nature. The solar panels look like our plaster, cellotape plaster. So like that panels we are going to make that plaster type solar panels. You don't need any sunny energy. The solar panel is going to work even we are going to use your normal bulb which you are using in the room or any bedroom or any hall which have 100 lux, 200 lux. That light is enough to convert light into power. So that is a responsibility is going to taken care by organic molecule, which we are going to incorporate in the solar panels. And as I told you, it is flexible. So you no need to go for, you no need to run where the sun is there. No need to worry about sun. Just you give the light what you are using regular lights or touch light, whatever it may be. It is going to be have 100 lux or 200 lux, clearly 500 lux. And moreover, the solar panels you don't need to keep on the roof of the home. You can just stick it to your curtains. Already, Ahmad sir have nice curtains in their home. So where that place is going to be unutilized, right? So we are not going to use that place. Just we are closing our window with the curtains. Where it is not going usable place for us. So where the place you are not going to use, that can use it for a solar panel, flexible solar panel. In that case also, you have to save the space. You no need to sacrifice your penthouse for the solar panel. Just to use unused spaces in their home. So when the curtain is is started waving from one way to another with the help of fan. So the solar panel, when it is going to face towards the light which is available in the room, so the light is enough. It is converted into power. The power you can save it in the inverter. The inverter light, inverter power you can use it for your daily needs. Like you can run the mixie, you can use the fridge, you can go for your TV remote and whatever you want to use in your daily life. And moreover, as I mentioned, it is transparent. And I have told you that the solar panels you have to stick to your curtains. Then, as usual, as a ladies, we are concerned about I have chosen blue color curtain for looking good, but you are going to stick the panels with the blue curtain. Then my color is going to be shade and the color is going to be replaced with another color. So that is not good idea. Like that, we are already ready to fight. So to maintain the same color, we are going to prepare the transparent solar cells. It will not replace your color what you are using for your curtains. These are very transparent. What color you have curtains, after sticking to the solar panels also, it will give same color. And it is moreover, it is flexible. So when the curtain is rotating with the help of fan, your solar panel also get rotate. So it will not get any problem while converting into the light what you are using. So that is nothing but your that technology you are going to use for IoT, Internet of Things. So in that way, so with the help of this WS platform, I want to contribute for IoT application. For that IoT application, you need such a type of organic molecules where we can place. For suppose nowadays, if you go any shopping mall or any houses or any buildings, that is open automated open doors. Why it is opening like that? With the help of sensor. So the sensor, how it made the material we are going to prepare. We are going to incorporate the material in the sensor, which is going to work with the help of AI technology. What is the main ingredient for the technologies? That type of materials we are going to prepare and we are going to synthesize and we are going to characterize. Then we are going to prepare the solar panels. And once the metal is got sustainable, we are going to test the solar panels. First, we'll make 1 centimeter into 1 centimeter panel. Then we'll go for testing. If it is giving good efficiency, right now with the solar energy hitting 21.6% efficiency, which is the highest, which is raised in the Korea Institute. So in that way, when we are testing 1 centimeter to 1 centimeter, we have to keep some parameters in our mind. If we are going to increase the area, the efficiency should not affect. For suppose 1 centimeter you are getting 15 or 16 efficiency, you have to get even, you are going for 100 centimeter into 100 centimeter also. That is the one parameter. And another parameter, already India we have lot of weather changes. So right now in a one day we are seeing all the seasons. Morning is a rainy season, afternoon summer, and evening again it is a winter. So obviously the weather condition will affect on our solar panels. But suppose the solar panels is going to be sustained is any conditions. That is the second parameter we have to choose. And third parameter, how much time, how many years it is going to be sustained. For suppose 100 hours is sustaining with the efficiency of 10%, means what about if you are going to increase the lifetime? For suppose one will purchase a solar panel, again and again we can't buy the solar panels and will expect at least 10 to 20 years lifetime of the solar panels. So what is your solar panel efficiency when we are going to use it for long life? So either it is going to be affected by any other parameter. If it is affecting, so how many years it going to be sustained? So this all parameter we have to taken care while we are going for the commercialization of the solar panels. So in this way, our research is going on where we are going to keep our inputs to increasing the efficiency and increasing the lifetime, and most effective parameter is cost effective. So my aim is means all our research who are working on the solar energy, all are aimed that each and every person have to effort to buy the solar panels. Why? Because nowadays just you see everyone in the every home, they're looking for electrical car. So first, when car came into picture, they run behind the petrol. After that, they ran behind the diesel. But after some days, the fossil fuel going to be they're not going to be found because we all are interested to cut the trees, but nobody interested to plant the trees. So if you keep on cutting the trees, from where you are going to get fossil fuels? So after some days, it is going to be degrade. Whatever fossil fuel, coal, nuclear, or whatever. So after that, what is the alternative? So in that way, we have to think and we have to look forward the alternative sources, nothing but our natural resources. That is wind energy, solar energy, water energy, whatever. So among these, we are working on the solar energy. Why? Because solar, you can get it anywhere in the world. And moreover, it is clean and green energy. It don't have any side effect. Is how much energy you want to from sun, that much energy you can extract. Sun is not going to be said no, I will not give energy to you like that. He is not going to be stopped until unless the daytime is there. It is ready to give the energy what the sun has, and moreover, it is not causing any environment bad thing. It is not causing any pollution or any environmental pollution, any sound pollution, whatever. You take any type of pollution, sun energy is not going to be give. It is a clean and green energy. So that's why we have concentrate on the solar energy. And when we started solar energy, we have prepared silicon solar cells. One, it got success. Another, our point is that another challenge is that so solar energy, okay, daytime you're going to get sun, that is not a problem. In winter time, in rainy season, what is the alternative? So, for suppose you are paying 15,000 or 20,000 to purchase solar panels, it is working for only 3 months, that is in the summer. So, what about winter and rainy season? So, that challenge came when we are released the silicon solar cells. To address that one, we are preparing the things. We are preparing the solar panels which we are going to use just the lights which are available in our daily life needs. Any bulb, you can take any bulb what you're going to use, at least it gives some light. That light is enough for our solar panels where we have incorporated our organic molecules. So it will efficiently convert sun energy into electricity. The electricity you can save in the inverter. The inverter you can use it for further needs, whatever you want in your daily life needs. So this is the way the research is going on, and I'm expertise in the solar panel. Just on behalf of this stage, I want to means ready to collaborate with any person who are ready to work on the solar energy, and you want to collaborate also, you want to need any help also, you want need any guidance, or you want to me to guidance, I'm ready to accept and I'm ready to give. So with the help of this platform, I'm expecting some good collaborators for to continue the research. And my special thanks to RGC to giving the such a beautiful platform to raise out my solar energy research area. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, doctor. I'm not sure about help on research, how much we can do, but then we have built basically a camp for sea level people exactly in Himachal. There we have options of approximate 12 different cottages. In those cottages, we don't have any kind of electricity, but we have solar power. And we are using two startups from India who have basically mentored by us. If you feel that your research can actually develop some kind of industry applications, we'll be more than happy to connect with that. I've got one question for you. Actually, we have several questions from social media, but then I'll pick only one and then I'll move to the next speaker. So the question is coming from Europe. Robert is asking, in what ways could advancement in silica processing or recycling techniques shape the solar panel industry's sustainability factors?
Yes, sir. Actually, right now I missed that silicon is not able to, you can directly not get the silica. You have to extract from the ore. So that ore, what I'm looking for, what instead of ore, any other materials you can get it the silicon as in the pure form. So in that way also we have done the research, but that is cost effective process compared to silicon ore. Then the most one more challenge is that after the lifetime is gone, completed the solar panels, what about decanting? So where you can dispose the solar panels. While you are disposing solar panels, what pollution is going to be happen, how the environment is going to be affect. So these are the parameters we are working on that. So our aim is this: we have to produce clean, green, and not polluted solar panels. In
Super.
that case, only we are replacing the silicon. So
Super. Beautiful answer. I will ask Dr. Sweta to please stay back with us. I'll call the next speaker. A little bit going from India to Lebanon. Ahmed, I can see that you're here. You can unmute yourself. Then I'll hop into probably US and then again coming back to India. I love Bharat. I hate calling it as India, but then still because people call it India, so I have to call it as India. But then we
Yes.
are actually Bharatiya, we are not Indians, to be very honest. Ahmed, over to you. Floor is
Yalla,
yours.
yalla. Peace be upon you, and welcome, Doctor. Thank you for inviting me to his World Leader Summit, Dr. Arijit, and respected speakers. Good afternoon. I don't know. We are in Lebanon now. Good afternoon.
Good
I don't
afternoon.
know real time in India. Maybe
Yeah,
it's night.
it's night. It's 9 o'clock. But then,
Yes,
yeah,
it's night.
welcome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now we are the world is suffering from many things, seemingly impossible challenges that impact businesses, societies, economics, and lives. With more than 20 million people displaced worldwide, and these big challenges around the world, from the war in Lebanon and Gaza and many wars in the Middle East, we would like to talk about something about the world is facing that impact businesses, societies, economies, and lives. That's why we measure companies' success not only revenues and profit and shareholder value, but we developed a new science called statistics based on the balanced scorecard from Harvard Business School in 2017 after 15 years of research. The science is the science of shared value and positive impact. We developed the new term, positive impact, to mean the intentional creation of enduring social, economic, environmental, and medical value. And this is what we need now in our world. This is what we need to create or produce a positive impact on the world. So what is a positive impact framework? It's based on a new way to build, execute, and measure your organization's strategy designed with collaboration of multi-stakeholders. And you have to bring many parties to our table, alliances in mind, including cooperation, communities, investors, and more. And this type of positive impact framework will help organizations formulate strategies and implement solutions that generate benefits for communities, communities, corporations, and the environment. But what is important, it's to generate benefits for communities and societies that companies work in. This is something that's not happening all over the world. You see that companies are generating profits only, but not doing their best in the communities and societies they serve it. So that's why this is a challenge that we have now, and to ignite these communities and societies to go up and rise again, not against, with these companies, to tell them that we have rights, and you are operating in our community and our society, so we have rights to be in your community, to be part of your community, of your company. So that's the great challenge that when we coined the term positive impact. This is the one point about positive impact and positive impact framework. The second point, how we need to reimagine strategy to tackle poverty and equality worldwide. Statistics, what is the means, the science of strategy execution, will welcome progressive and ambitious leaders like the World Leader Summit from across the world and consider routes to success from companies that recognize economic and social impact as intrinsically linked. But how companies, how can we, they told us companies, how will do these things? You are not giving us the solution. We gave you now a framework, a positive impact framework based on a framework that can help you to fight poverty and equality in the world. One of this is to be bold, ambitious goals and ambitious projects. Many companies have tried to upgrade their traditional corporate and social responsibility programs to shared value and sustainable strategies that are designed to deliver both in economic and social returns, but all too often those programs have limited impact. Yes, they impact and very rarely produce transformational change in communities. Instead, they remain a bolt-on initiatives, and they don't do anything to these communities or societies. You have many companies, maybe in India, maybe in all US and all Europe, but they are not doing what the communities need. Distant from core strategy. How can we overcome this? We gave him a solution based on this positive impact. Corporations need to prioritize commercial products that generate economic value for themselves and socio-economic benefits for all actors in a new ecosystem, instead of trying to incrementally upgrade a limited program through unscalable and short-term projects. Most of the companies that are doing visit projects for short-term, not for long-term goals or objectives. We need to unleash market-based forces that are self-sustaining and organic growth. Second aspect that I want to talk about, think collaboration. Most of our culture, they don't think about collaboration. They think one way issue. Think collaboration, transformational change through partnership. Company executive often located at corporate headquarters can be slow to recognize opportunities to create regional private-public partnerships. They are often constrained by financial management system that, by their very nature, guides them towards short-term thinking. Though there are exceptions, few companies are able to create transformational ecosystems alone. So what we can do? Companies need to partner with a catalyst organization to engage actors from multiple sectors. That's what we call think collaboration, to bring people to the same table, to sit with us to discuss how we can create positive impact in communities and societies. This is the right how to build, not just to make profits and to make and the growth of the company, but we have to think about the people around us, the communities and societies, about the level of knowledge, about poverty, about inequality. Companies need to partner with a catalyst organization to engage actors from multiple sectors in collaborative relations and support the creation of strategies that can generate economic and social value. Harnessing the resources and innovation capabilities of profit-seeking companies is the reason governments are attracted to public-private partnerships as mechanisms for improving local socio-economic conditions. The third aspect I want to talk about from the framework of positive impact, unlock capital, obtaining seed and scale up financing. This is now, if you want to talk about corporate investments, fund favor safe projects with short payback periods, not projects that require creating new relationships across multiple sectors in frontier markets. One strategy to confront this issue is to find capital from organizations that already have a mission to create inclusive growth ecosystems. This type of organizations tends to be under less pressure to generate short-term financial returns. This poses question about how we differentiate the need for a seed capital versus scaling, or how to take responsibility for financing new ecosystems. How to solve this issue? Experts from the world of finance will examine how to obtain seed and scale up financing. Panelists will discuss different vehicles and ways they channel external non-traditional sources of capital into these types of projects with a specific focus on impact investing. Number four, the fourth aspects about this positive impact framework, how to deal with poverty and inequality in the world. Align and govern. defining the rules of the game. Building an ecosystem is not for the faint-hearted, but some estimates more than 50% of joint ventures and strategic alliances fail to achieve their desired results. This is a big figure. 50% of joint ventures and strategic alliances fail to achieve their desired results. Shared metrics provide accountability and the foundation for governing this ecosystem. Leaders in measurement and in finance should monitoring and evaluation will explore different experience in establishing shared metrics and how a successful framework can be used to create alignment among multiple partners. This is how successful tackling to poverty and equality begins. The world now is on the step of third world war, but with a positive impact framework and a positive creating positive impact on communities and societies, the intentional creation of enduring social, economic, medical, and environmental value, we can return back to what called peace that we want with and equality and alleviating poverty. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Excellent speech, Ahmed. Highly appreciate your thoughts. You're right. There are multiple different incident that is happening. Something is good, something is bad, something is ugly. Probably that's how the world is moving. We have seen a lot of.
But India is doing a good work.
Bharat is always like this. Bharat never ever attacks anyone unless somebody attacks Bharat. And Bharat always believe in Atithi Deva Bhava. Bharat always believe in that we should cherish others, give others an opportunity to grow, collaborate
Yes.
and grow with each other. I have got a couple of good friends from your country. You are the new one. I know you now, but we in some indecent times, I helped a couple of them to move from Lebanon to Middle East. They are now settled down. Feel free to let us know as an ecosystem, as a structure, as a body of multiple different
Yes.
countries, if we can help in any way, support in any way, any kind of cause. The ambassador of Liberia came and we actually promised that we'll be bringing some good thing in their country. It's a West African country. Already there is a commitment that happens from automotive company. I cannot declare that name because it is not there in praise. But they are probably going to start something in their country. We as a company, as Virtual Infocom, we are gonna create a AI-enabled automation system in their country, which will eventually create more and more jobs. So that's the power of, you could say, ecosystem.
Yeah, and you are delivering positive impact on your communities in India.
Always we are there for any kind of positive impact. So
Yes.
it's not that it's a speaking platform, it's more of like a active execution platform. That's the reason we do monthly meetup. It's physical and online both. That's the reason we do a lot of positive impact. That's the reason we create smart cities. We help several different startups. You're talking about impact investment. In fact, we have two VC funds, or rather, I would say we have two funds in our network who are mainly impact investors. They are actively looking for good projects to invest in. It's not that easy to find out good companies. Anyway, we can continue the discussion, but then you are there in my LinkedIn. We'll have a discussion maybe after the summit is over.
Yes.
5th of November,
Yes.
the summit is officially going to close, and in December again we are doing in person. But then in between, feel free to text me. Let me and you have a face-to-face one by one or maybe online discussion. I'll be traveling to Southeast Asia at the end of November with a business delegation, trying to create a bond between both the countries. But then still, I mean, I'm open. Feel free to connect. Feel free to communicate. Feel free to connect with any of the speakers that you feel that that will be benefit for your community, for your country. Always there. So now is the time I should move from you. I'm so sorry. We have got question, but I'm so sorry. I'm not gonna take it because it's already 7 minutes. We are overshooting.
Okay.
So let me take Dr. Pinaki Ranjan Bhattacharya. Dr. Pinaki, I'm sure that you are there. Yes. If you can kindly turn on your microphone, you're muted, and I'll keep my mic in mute mode so that you can continue. The stage is yours. Ahmed, please stay back with it.
I'm audible? Okay.
Okay, now, my topic will be a little different from others. Actually, it is now creating and managing new ventures. The title is, am I audible now? Okay. Now, the title, which I have been, which I have thought of explaining or sharing with you, is actually, we see entrepreneurs, we see venture creations, right? Why it is done, how it is done, uh, we should be able to see and understand that. And while doing it, I should be able to understand, make you know a little bit about what exactly we do or how we do it. Uh, Before that, let us come to know a few names, like say well-known creators or managers of new ventures, like say Jeff Bezos, Jack Ma, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Jerry Tata, Giri Birla from India, Azim Premji, and of late, Dipinder Goyal, who has started Zomato. Now, they are all new creators, new venture creators. How they manage these ventures is a very unique nature, or rather, you should know why they have created it. As we know, entrepreneurial activity, which is also, which we say that a little bit of self-employment, but actually, there's no definition of entrepreneurship. We are discussing on this, but actually, it is multidimensional. It involves analyzing people and their actions together with the ways in which they interact with the environments, be it social, economic, political, institutional, whatever, right? Or even legal also as well. Now, these are the different areas where they collaborate, collectively collate, and then they think of doing something. The very basic purpose of this, why I'm saying this, if you read the reports which were published in 2014, there were around 70,000 new farms in India. But in 2018, in just 4 years, it has gone up to 80% to 1,24,000. And in 2022, the number is almost around 1,50,000. You can think of that in how many years, only 8 years, it has almost tripled. This is a point to understand. The point is to see why this has happened, why this is happening. One reason is, of course, that people want to be on their own, right? But is it only in the sector, in particular sector? No, it is in different sectors: service sector, infrastructure sector, manufacturing services sector. Predominantly, the services sector are in the area of Delhi, West Bengal to some extent, Mizoram, Uttar Pradesh, etc., etc. Infrastructure sector in India, particularly, as we speak of Jharkhand, Himachal Pradesh, Bihar, etc. And manufacturing services sector, particularly in Gujarat, West Bengal, Meghalaya, Puducherry, where they get, little bit of tax benefit, as we call it, tax holiday. Now, but the most important point, which is related to this, is what are the different domains of new ventures? Markets, policy, finance, culture, human capital, support. Out of this, which are the important ones? All this is important because today an entrepreneur or a venture, a person who is creating a venture, should first see which market he is targeting, whether it is local or global. How he's trying to create a connection, how he's trying to create a connect between the two markets, where he is operating and where he wants to operate further. Policy in terms of funding, in terms of registration, in terms of competitive analysis, in terms of value proposition for the particular project. Financing, whether he's self-financing or whether he wants to go for loans, or in that sense. What is the culture where the culture is different? For example, I give you a small example you can understand. When McDonald came to India, as we all know this case, this is a long case history, that McDonald in India started aloo tikki because in India, beef is not accepted. So see, this is a culture which is very important. When you go to a different country or a different state, you understand what exactly they're looking at. No two countries is similar. They all have their own identity, own way of looking at things. So you have to understand that very, very, very important. The human capital which you are using, how much they are agreeable, how much they can adopt to the system is very important. Then the support staff or the suppliers, the marketers, the customers, they are also equally very important for this to understand. Now, in that case, how these considerations influence in creating a new venture? Does someone need to start a business from scratch to be called as an entrepreneur or a self-employed or a venturer? Can we call someone an entrepreneur if they buy an ongoing business from someone else or takes over and the operations of family business from their parents? If someone starts a small business and never needs to hire any employee, can they be called an entrepreneur or a venturer? These questions should be answered, should be understood in the context of this summit. Why? Because once we understand these questions, it will be easier on our part to make people be more aware about what exactly a venture is. If someone buys a business but hires professional managers, are they entrepreneur? If someone owns a business on their own, can he be an entrepreneur? Or say, for example, a person who is working in a big organization starts a new project. Is he an entrepreneur? No, this is not exactly what it is. Because the points which are more important here is the opportunity which is available, the teams which you are looking at, as I said, resources, which are very, very important factors, and that's success in terms of the entrepreneur to balance this all critical factors, which is very, very important for an entrepreneur to become a proper venture creator. Once a venture is created, the most important thing which remains is to see that it is managed properly. Because creation is something, managing is something different from creation. You can create 10 different ventures, but if most of them are not giving you good results, not giving you good amount of business profits, you cannot consider that to be a good venture. So when business operations are started on a small scale, when they grow up, when the scale is increased, the scalability is increased, it is to be normally seen that how that scalability is being looked into by the venturer. What adjustments are to be done in the business to see that the model gives a real life picture tomorrow. So there needs a pre-planning. A pre-planning is necessary there. And then to set up and start up those processes, what we have planned, which is very important. That means implementation of those plans is also very important. Thirdly, which is very important, is who are the key partners, who are the key suppliers, which key resources are actually being acquired from those partners, what type of activities do the partners perform, whether the partners are taking a decision to reduce the risk, because risks are also involved in this. Mitigating risk is also equally important. Then how to acquire the particular resources and the activities is also important for the venturer to understand. And moreover, who are the distribution channels, how the customer relationship is maintained, what are the different revenue systems, the different revenue streams, how they're coming, how they're being replenished, the operating cycle. Okay, these things are very, very important. Cash flow, how they're being maintained. What are the different types of production which is to be done? Now, if there is a problem in the system, it may happen. It's always there. There are opportunities where problem can take place. How the problem is looked into firstly, how the problem is solved, whether it is a transient one or a permanent one. If it is transient, how to look into it. If it is permanent, how to solve it. What are the different platforms or the network which they can use? These are the different issues which are very, very important to understand by the particular venture. And the different resources, as I've told you already, they're all more physical, human, and financial. Intellectual capital is also equally important here, like brand patents, copyrights, data. Today, data is a very big thing. We use data today for different purposes, because data, without them, we don't look back. The problem with them, I've seen many entrepreneurs just opening an organization or a venture, but further not looking back to see how if there's a problem, how they're resolving the problem. So problem resolving is also an important issue. They should be looking into the problem. They should be looking into the part why the problem has taken place. What value we are giving to the customers. Which one of our customer problems are we trying to solve? Anything new characteristic which is found, how we are tackling the problem, how the performances are being looked into, how do we customize our customers' requirements, design in terms of brand, because definitely brand is an important factor, price, cost reduction, convenience, usability. These are all the issues which normally has to be looked into. This is the managing part, once the process runs through. Then comes the customer relationship part. What type of customer, what type of relationship does each of the customers segment expect us to establish and to maintain with them? We need to go for that. Whether I mean, say for example, is it personal assistance, or is it self-service? Is it automated service? Is it co-creation? What exactly we're looking at? How costly are they? They should be looked into. Which channels are actually being taken care of? Whether the awareness, the evaluation, the purchase, delivery, and after sales are being looked into by the venturer. But because you see, three things which are very important, which actually I feel are very important for a new venture creator. One is key personal attribute. Second is strong managerial competences. And third is good technical skill. These three, if you combine them, they give you a successful venture creator. Actually, the venture creator, which what we see, has got a lot of work to do at the back in this three format, right? Because his personal attributes are very important. Their venture creators are made, they're not born. And many of these attributes are developed in early stages of life. When they think that, well, I will go for it. I know one venture creator in India, you might have heard the name, Wow, Sagar Daryani. He once told me that, well, sir, when I was in school, I was trying to go somewhere. I felt that, well, I need to have some food. And then I realized I don't have money to buy that. Now, if I have some amount of money, I can go for that food. That is what actually, when we started this, I thought of that. That, well, why can't we give Momo at a lesser price to the segment who cannot have that amount of purchasing power. Now that same Momo, Sagar Daryani, told me once again at some point of time that during this COVID period, he started a business wherein he used to feed these families who were elder people, cannot go out, and give them food every day so that they don't starve in certain localities. So see and by doing that, because many of these people whose son or daughter or their wards are not in their places, so they felt very happy about that. They spoke highly about this particular initiative, and that's how he gained business again. Once things became more normal. So this is what is looking into opportunities from difficult situations. So they're not born, they're made to think differently. They feel that, well, we should do this. So that independence, that idea, that desire for independence, self-confidence, and self-sacrifice gives them a better position in the society, in the world to play with. The need for achievement is very important for them. I feel this is how, what we should think over, what we should tell our students tomorrow when we go to that the students, that it is that they should be having a feeling inside as to how to become a good entrepreneur or a venture creator. And once they create a venture, they should be giving not only the people but also the society at large with certain amount of benefit. The technical proficiency which they look at is actually what they require. They need to know the subject before they venture out. But this is what I feel. I think I am through, Professor Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Dr. Pinaki. I'm not a professor, rather I'm an entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur, an investor, and recently has been declared as a key person to bring business in a West African country. So probably I'll call myself as a catalyst during this Drohokal, which is there in Calcutta. A lot of issues that happened. Probably a lot of our Bharatiyas know what happened with the doctor. Instead of going in the road with a candle, I started giving training to the girls for free for self-defense. And that's what I feel that actually creates impact. This is not my business. This is what I'm doing out of love and out of giving back to the community. Helped multiple different startups. In fact, the example that you took, I was there when the first round of investment that happened in one of the event. I really don't want to drag that. So I know how the funding happened, but then to be very honest, I'm not sure about uh, the impact level that is happening in few parts of the world.
Yeah, of course.
I know there are big impact givers. We call them as an
Creators.
impact creator, impact business. In fact, there is a fund that has been created dedicated for the impact investment. So kudos to you for your knowledge and wisdom. We have two questions from social media, but I'll skip that. I've got two more speakers. One is coming from UK, Charles, and another speaker from India. I'll first go to the Indian speaker, Chandrasekhar. If you can kindly turn on your video, and I'll ask Dr. Pinaki to please be with us.
Yeah,
Dr.
thank you.
Chandrasekhar,
I'll be there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dr. Chandrasekhar, are you there? I'm asking you to turn on your video and your microphone, please. Dr. Chandrasekhar. Okay, in this case, I will shift to Charles. Charles from UK. We'll wait for Dr. Chandrasekhar to settle down. Are you? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Good evening,
Oh,
sir.
you're
Good evening.
here. You're here. Okay. Charles, give me 15
Fine,
minutes to finish his speech. Dr. Chandrasekhar, please continue with your knowledge and your wisdom to World Leader Summit.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Please.
So first, glad to be a part of the World Leader Summit 2024. And special thanks to Sri Arjit Bhattacharya ji for providing me the opportunity in being a part of this prestigious international summit. So let me just a quick introduction of mine. I am Professor Chandrasekhar, Head of the Department Computer Science and Engineering from Aurora University, Bharat. I would like to agree with Arjit Bhattacharya ji. So in fact, the many speakers who have come up with AI, machine learning, deep learning. So I'll just go for a quick conclusion slide, which I have made a glance, and then go for a simple case study. With your permission, Arjit ji. Thank you. Thank you. So let me share my screen. So good evening all again. My session is on machine learning. So I don't want to go in depth because I want to go for a quick case study. as I've informed earlier. So these are the outline of my contents. With artificial intelligence, what is machine learning, a process of machine learning, types of machine learning, and various applications almost common to the computers, AI and ML. Then I want to focus more on the research challenges with a simple case study. Right? So most of you are already aware that we are now the key terms of AI, machine learning, and deep learning. So AI learning is mainly focused on how the machines will interact or how they can sense, reason, or what are the features which are providing them to act accordingly. Like you can come up with various AI tools now, mostly now Chat GPT and all the other tools which are being used. Now, how the queries, once give a queries, then how the responses are being generated. So that is how the AI deals with. Then why that AI is coming up with that solutions is actually given by the machine learning algorithms. So in fact, machine learning, which is a subset of artificial intelligence, has come up with various algorithms to improve on a regular basis. In fact, again, machine learning will be dealing with supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement learning, which I give a glance at the upcoming slides. Then when you go for the deep learning, we'll focus on more on the neural network scenarios, which focuses on learning by themselves. So quickly, these are some of the areas where most of the speakers have come across. So I just want to skip this slide. Even you have seen various AI tools like Alexa, Siri, Google Now, and Cortana. So focusing more on the education sector, like AI chatbots. So here I want to focus more on a discussion like, are the AI tools beneficial for the students, or are they becoming the student, making the students lazy? So that's a question we want to focus on. So we want to motivate the students to use AI tools. Of course, the students are very much readily using the AI tools which are available in the market. But at the same time, they have to focus on analyzing how the queries or how the responses are being generated. Because just in the previous session, some were focusing on like due to the wide usage of artificial intelligence and machine learning, the jobs are getting reduced. No, in fact, there are more number of jobs being created because of the emerging AI tools and machine learning algorithms. The only success is the right people. And see, here we want to focus more on the smart work rather than the hard work. So that is where the students have to focus on, and it is our responsibility to motivate the students to become smart and act more intelligent when compared to the machine. Because nowadays machine are becoming more intelligent and human are becoming lazy. So we want to focus and motivate the students in the right way and ask them to come up with more and more what you can say applications or algorithms. So quickly, I want to go for some case study instead of focusing on these general things. And this is the main important where we have to tell the students what exactly a traditional programming is differing from a machine learning programming. Because students are still in a feeling that whatever the C language, C++, Java, the same thing is done even by the Python or the machine learning algorithms. But it is not as such. Because whenever the input and the program is given, the program is determined where the output is getting varied when you go for a traditional programming. But here, we already give an input and what kind of output we are expecting, we train the machine and accordingly the program get updated. So this simple, of course, it's a very basic terminologies and basic scenario of machine learning. But still, if we can motivate the students that this is the essence of a machine learning, then I think students can come up with good success. And in fact, some of my students, I am rightly guiding one full-time research scholar and 4 part-time scholars. And they have come up with various application areas. One is focusing on the bioinformatics, which I want to consider it as a case study now. And one is focusing on the prevention of accidents on the highways. So that is one of the other application area. and one is focusing on the network sensors. So like that, we can come up with different applications with respect to machine learning algorithms. So here I want to focus on the 5 steps which are involved in the machine learning in a different way. Like generally, we first start with a process called getting the data, which is the most important and most tedious task. Because whenever students are coming up with various projects, or even when you're going for research, they directly get the data from kaggle.com or USI repository or some repository which are already available in the internet. But are the data sets which are available in that particular repositories, are they matching with the current scenario or the scenario of that particular country or that particular area? Which is not exactly. It doesn't match. So they have to focus on the real-time data set. In fact, it is very difficult to get the real-time data set. They have to struggle. The only simple way is, say, for example, if I want to go for a bioinformatics, so the best way is to consult a physician or a doctor, a specialist doctor, take an official appointment, then explain what is the area you are working on, why you have selected that particular application area. So you have to give the exact motivation of that particular project you have handled. So accordingly, you even the data will not be ready-made available in the hospitals as well. So they do have a case sheets. So from the case sheets, you have to come up with a data set and then tell that the data set can be used by the hospitals as well as for you as a research. So it is like a win-win policy. So that uh, part, if you can explain to the hospital people, then I think hospital people, they'll be ready in giving you the case sheets which are available with them. So getting the data is a more important. And even now, as I told, one of my scholar is working on the prevention of road accidents at highways. So we can take the data from the various cameras which are being arranged, or even you have even the speed limiters. So from that, you can take the data, and that you need to contact with the government officials. So everything, if you go in an official way and get the data set, then half of your job is done in machine learning. Then focus on the cleaning, preparation, and manipulate. So this is where you call it as a pre-processing of data. So when you go for pre-processing of data, there are various algorithms, various filters being available. I'll focus this in detail in my case study. Then going for a training model. Train model, when you go for a classification algorithms, you go for a training model, and the same thing you go for a test data. So training model is whatever the available data set with a class label. You consider it and then come up with what are the features which are affecting the class label. So that is how you go for training the model. Then later you go for testing the model. Testing the model, you come up with some sample data sets which are newly available, and then test whether you are getting the correct, accurate class label or not. So like that, you'll be going for training the model and testing the model. And finally, the job is not done. Once the testing the model is done and you have got some accuracy, or you went for some various metrics, then the job is not done. You have to also focus on improvisation. So maybe the improving with respect to the accuracy, maybe improving with respect to some other metrics like sensitivity, specificity, ROC area. So there may be any. You may also come up with your own metrics. So this will be the total glance of machine learning process. So quickly, I'll move on to a case study. So a simple case study where this was in predicting the cardiac disease classification using feature reduction and optimization techniques. So here, always I suggest the researchers to proceed for 2 factors. One is to make data set as simple as possible without compromising the accuracy, and then optimize the algorithms in such a way that you get the required outcome along with the metrics which are you are intended for. Say, for example, I'll just go for let me go for feature reduction process. Say, for example, I went for a heart disease data set where you have complete set of attributes. But if I use this complete set of attributes, say for example, I'm having 76 attributes in my data set. So if I want to go for analysis of this complete 76 attributes, then I have to go for 2 power 76 combinations. So which is very time consuming and the algorithm time will be more. So what we can go for is we can go for some pre-processing techniques like a combination of a mutual information and offset was one of the technique which was employed at my research level. The intention of mutual information and offset is, in fact, only a single offset will give you the same outcome as that of the combination of mutual information and offset. But the reason why I went is when you go for mutual information, more than half of the features get reduced. And then applied on that particular features, the offset, you'll be getting the same features which are required for the classification of the heart disease. So I will also show you some statistical results for the same. See, these are the statistical features which were taken from the repositories. So you can see here the total number of features or attributes are 76 on all the 4 different data sets. But when you are going for mutual information, the number of features got reduced to 20 in Cleveland dataset. In Hungarian, it got reduced to 22. The Switzerland, it got reduced to 8. And the Long Beach, it got reduced to 9. So which intimates that even when I'm going for a mutual information plus offset combination, so you're getting 12, 11, 8, and 9. So here, I just now as informed, even if I use a rough set directly also, I'll be getting the same number, that is 12, 11, 8, 9. So the reduction ratio is almost 84.21, 85.52, 89.47, and 88.15. But why this was used? Because if I use rough set alone, then I have to go for 2 power 76 combinations. But when I'm going for mutual information, I'm only going for 2 power 20 combinations instead of 2 power 76. So that makes the difference. So if the researchers can focus on this kind of statistical analysis, then I think they can come up with good results. And finally, in this particular research where we were focusing on the biological data sets, we have come up with an accuracy of 96.09, which was even more when compared to the random forest classifier. So this was all the evaluation done through the training set and then cross validation. Now even we must also focus on the test options. So I think I'm purely going towards the technical side. But this is useful for the people who are actually working on the research on classification, regression, and even a part of association and clustering as well. So even in test options also, you have multiple options like testing on the full data set, or you can go for a split ratio, like you can go for 2/3 of the data set being taken as a training set and the remaining 1/3 taken as a test set. Or you can also go for a cross validation. So the reason for going for cross validation is in cross validation, every data tuple is considered as a training set as well as a test set, but at different iterations. So in such way, we will try to focus that each and every data set is taken as a test set as well as training set when you are going for n different folds. So that is the concept of cross validation. So likewise, if you can focus on each, so this was the concept of pre-processing, which was supposed to tell in the steps of machine learning: clean, prepare, and manipulate. Then after training the model and testing the model, when you want to go for improvising, you have to come up with your own metrics. So what are the various metrics you can focus on? Like you can see here, one metrics was the accuracy analysis, which was done for the four data sets which are being considered: Cleveland, Hungarian, Switzerland, and Long Beach. So these are all the missing values reduction. So I'll just start with the experimental results again. So first one, we focused on the feature set comparison. So how many features are there? After using mutual information, what was the reduction of the features? After using the combination of mutual information and upset, what was the reduction of features? Then what is the overall reduction ratio? So this was one of the metrics which was considered. Then what was the dataset reduction as a whole when compared to the original dataset and the final dataset? Then what was the reduction in the missing values? So when you go for reduction in the missing values, the pre-processing will be reduced. Now you can see at the initially when you are having for total 76 features, in Cleveland dataset, we have got 31 missing values. So filling up these 31 missing values is a big task for us. In fact, pre-processing is the biggest task when compared to the actual processing. Then when you go for after reduction, then that was reduced to only two values. So likewise, your algorithm, machine learning algorithm, maybe at pre-processing or maybe at the processing, must reach at a level where it has to reduce your task to a maximum extent without compromising the outcome. So missing values reduction of one aspect. Then also focusing on the accuracy analysis, which is a major metric used by almost all the algorithms, because that is more important. And at the same time, when you are focusing on the accuracy, we must also focus on what is the time taken to reach that accuracy. So getting an accuracy of 96% is fine. But if it takes more time, then it is of no use. In fact, now entire market is on a competitive basis. Okay. So we also focused on the computation time analysis, where the proposed methodology is almost within not even 0.01 seconds, where random forest algorithm was focusing on 0.01, less than that. So in fact, we have got 0.000001 second. So almost in terms of micro and nanoseconds is the computation time. So this was the computation time for the four data sets. Then we also focused on a correlation matrix, which is another metric which we have focused on. It means after going for reduction of features, so how one feature is related to other. So that is what. So what is the correlation of each and every feature with respect to each and every other feature? So thereby you can easily focus on whether the selected features are correct for the analysis of the data or not. If the correlation is low, in fact zero or very close to zero, then you can come up with a conclusion that whatever the features which are selected after the feature reduction are not at the optimized level. So that conclusion can be obtained from the correlation matrix. And then another obvious metric is the confusion matrix. So generally people work on only two class label. So we have come up with a 5-class labeling. So we can go for all the true positives, which are the principal diagonal elements. And we can come up with various formulae for accuracy, precision, recall. So in fact, all these can be considered as the metrics for your data analytics. So this was the analysis being done. And then you can also compare the framework comparisons from your literature survey. So which will be another focus on the research. So I always suggest the researchers to do more and more literature surveys so that you can come up with more challenges and gaps in that particular literature. And always it's our all responsibility to ask them to focus on the recent 5 to 10 years papers so that they can cover all the earlier researches. So that can be the best part, because being in academic and research profession, I think it is our responsibility to motivate students in that aspect. And then coming back to our application areas, you can a simple slide which gives you a clear understanding about the three learnings which are used in the machine learning. So the first one is supervised machine learning. The best example is you can go for classification, whatever we have discussed so far. So machine learns from the training data. Now, when you go for unsupervised learning, the best example you can go for clustering or associations. Like, let me take a simple example of supermarkets. So how the various items are being placed together. So that depends on the interest of the customers, or you can come up with some sentiment analysis of customers. And that is the reason how the supermarkets will focus on memberships. You have some silver memberships, gold, diamond memberships, focusing on the sales being done. So that is totally an unsupervised learning where no training data is provided. They focus on the sentiment analysis. And then the third type of learning of machine learning will be reinforcement learning, where machine learns on its own based on the different outcomes. See, once we get some outcome, then that outcome can be used as a learning for the next upcoming outcomes. So that can be a part of your reinforcement learning. So, almost nowadays, majority of the people are focusing on Python to do the functionalities of machine learning. And almost I do prefer Python because Python has come up with a variety of libraries where you almost each and every functionality can be done through that libraries. So these are all the various important libraries of Python where you can focus on the machine learning aspects. And I think all the earlier speakers have covered some of the applications. So one application of Arogya Setu app is an AI-powered application being utilized by our government. And these are some of the applications of AI and ML where Google DeepMind.
Dr. Chandrasekhar, I'm
Yes, sir.
sorry, but please wrap up.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the conclusion, sir. In fact, I was just about to come to the end.
So we have got a question. If you can turn off your
Yeah.
presentation.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you.
And
Thank
you
you.
can
Thank
you
you.
can turn off your screen sharing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Got a
Thank you for
question
giving the
from
permission.
yeah. We
Yes.
have got a question from social media. Let me pull that up. In fact, when you are talking about Python, I still remember good old days. I started my life as an entrepreneur, completely bootstrapped. I started a company which is India's one of the first game development company.
Okay.
Rigorously working with AI for last 26 plus years.
Oh, great, sir.
Rigorously
Great.
working with deep tech technologies and making games, VR, AR, making smart cities. Now coming back to the very close to my heart language, Python. I used to tell my students, I started an academy in my home itself, and eventually that grew to 500 students in a month. Became probably a little bit of popular teacher, but then that time, around 20 years back, when I was talking about Python as a language, people used to laugh at me, and they used to tell me that he is a teacher who is talking about snakes. But now this is reality. So I
Yeah.
know what you're talking about. I know your research and your inputs. Anyway, let me pull up that question because this is like I would love to have you in some other sessions as well.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Question is coming from a person called Ajit Shao. He's asking, how can the integration of drop set techniques compared to traditional data sets revolutionize the predictive analysis and personalized patent care in healthcare?
Sir, in fact, it's a good question, in fact. The first thing is when we are working on the biological data sets or biomedical data sets, we can't completely rely on the machine learning algorithms or the deep learning algorithms. So what I would suggest is you have to work in parallel with the practitioners or doctors who are available. And after getting up with an application, then my kind suggestion is you have to develop a user interface as well, which will facilitate the hospital people come up with that particular application, take the input from the patients, and after getting the outcome, it has to match with their what you can say their statistics. I mean, say for example, one patient have come with some test reports and all, say cholesterol, BP, sugar levels and all this, that you load it to your application. Now, finally, you come up with an outcome whether you predict a person having a disease or not having a disease. Then same thing, let them analyze that particular case study. Now, once if it is matching, then you call it as true positive, in fact. So when your prediction is matching with the actual outcome, then you call it as true positive. Then at that instance, you can add this particular data set, this tuple, you call it as a record, into the data set. So that all these true positive tuples, when added to the data set, then obviously your data set size increases. And that too, the size of that data set will be useful for the further analysis. So in such way, you can create your own data sets. So maybe you can start with some 100 records initially from the case sheets which are available from the hospitals. Then later, in collaboration with that particular hospital, you can increase the data set to an extent where it can reach some thousands as well. And later, it can be loaded into some data sets where many researchers can make use of that. So only you must add that particular record into the data set only after the approval being received from the practitioner or the doctor specialist. Then only your data set will be a good data set and it can be utilized for the best analytics which can be done in future.
Super answer. Thank you. I'll request you to please stay back with us, and I'll ask Charles to kindly turn on his microphone and please share your knowledge and insights. Then I'll go to Mr. Srikant. Charles, over to you.
Thank you very much, Anjeet. Thank you for inviting me to this meeting, to this Congress. Very exciting. Let me share my screen, and bear with me a second whilst I just sort that out. Share an entire screen. I hope this is the right one. See if we've got the right one. Yep. Great. Yes, thank you for this. So I'm going to talk a little bit today for a few minutes about oceanic solar farms, and my agenda is about four things. I'm going to talk about four or five things. The first is the scale of the problem facing us concerning the migration or transition to net zero. And so the first thing is how much energy do we need? So the scale of the problem. The second thing is why fossil fuels are so hard to replace. The third thing I'm going to talk about is what can we do about that? And the answer to that is oceanic solar. So straight into it. So a lot of people, especially the media folk, and it seems politicians and decision makers, don't seem to understand the scale of the challenge of replacing fossil fuels with renewable energy, because it's all numbers, and most people are not happy or comfortable talking about numbers. They also talk about today's world rather than thinking about the world as we'd like to see it in the future. Because one of the things is today's world is very unfair in terms of economic development, and even in terms of economic development. Only about 1 person in 5 lives in a developed country, and the other 4 out of 5 people live in the developing world. And one hopes that this is going to change so that all people in the world will be able to enjoy the same standard of living, quality of life that are enjoyed by people living in the developed world. And if we look at the world today in 2024, the developed world, the world which is in this unfair state, consumes an awful lot of energy. We consume about 12 billion tons, that's billion with a B, tons of coal, oil, and gas. If you dig this out of the ground and pile it into one pile, that's a pile the size of Mount Everest. It's huge. It's a massive amount of stuff we're digging out of the ground to burn. And putting that into the atmosphere, it's 44 billion tons of CO2 are released every year. And all that burning of stuff releases 16 terawatts of power, which is 16 million watts. So it's a huge amount of power. A typical power station, big power station, is a gigawatt. So it's 16,000 big power stations of energy. And if we wanted to replace that today using solar panels, that's 1 million square kilometers of solar panels. That's a country the size of, or twice the size of France, basically. So it's a lot of space we need, and this is something that isn't really drawn to people's attention. It's because these numbers are so big; they're really hard to get your head around, and it gets worse because energy is absolutely essential for economic development. You know, if the world is to develop the way we want it to develop, we need cheap energy. You can't have modern industrial life without cheap energy. So not only do we need to replace all this existing energy, the 12 billion tons of fossil fuels we burn every year, we need to be replaced with renewables. We need to scale up to much more than that, so all the people of the world can enjoy the same quality of life that is enjoyed in developed countries. And that implies, all things being equal, burning about 4 times as much energy as we burn today. In those terms, that's something like 48 billion tons of coal, oil, gas, and whatnot need to be replaced in terms of energy. And to do that using photovoltaics would require something like 4 million square kilometers of solar panels. And that is absolutely massive. And it's not surprising that decision makers and politicians and the media ignore this, because it is just such a huge problem. I don't know what you think about this, but I think that we're deluding ourselves, and it's mischievous. It's a mischievous thing is being done, and the assumption is that the world will use less energy, which is a really bad assumption, because what they're basically saying is, sod you, poor world, you're not going to get wealthy. And I think that's totally wrong. So one of the things we want to think about is why fossil fuels are cheap. And here's a picture of a coal mine. And this illustrates exactly why fossil fuels are cheap, because we just dig them out of the ground and burn them. What this picture doesn't show is that it's a power station right beside the coal mine. So coal costs $50 a ton if you dig it out of the ground. That's what the cost of running this machinery would be, about $50 a ton. That's $4 a megawatt hour in terms of the cost of energy. It's super cheap. And if you transport it any distance, it goes up a little bit. So you've got some figures there. So the fossil fuel energy costs are about between $12 a megawatt hour and $60 a megawatt hour in case of oil. What this slide should show, but it doesn't, is the sort of cost that would be equivalent for solar energy, which is about $200 a megawatt hour at the moment. Now you hear a lot of people saying, oh, no, Charles, solar energy is cheap. We saw this thing on TV about Saudi Arabia, and they just built a massive solar project, and it's 2 US cents a kilowatt hour, which is $20 a megawatt hour. But what they don't say is that sun doesn't shine all the time. So the problem with solar energy, the problem with all this renewable energy is intermittency. And if you start solving for intermittency, it becomes much more expensive, because suddenly you need times the amount of solar panels you thought you needed. And then you need to provide a load of batteries and storage. And perversely, the better the batteries, the more efficient the storage is, the more expensive it gets. And the sun, because we live on a globe, the sunlight is spread across the surface of the globe as it rotates. So the sun only shines effectively 5 hours a day on your sun, and you produce energy for 5 hours a day. So what do you do for the other 19 hours a day? And this is just really expensive. So instead of costing tuppence a megawatt hour, sorry, tuppence a kilowatt hour, the solar energy in Saudi Arabia would actually cost 20 cents a kilowatt hour, or $200 a megawatt hour. Once you factor in the solution for intermittency. And this is a challenge. And the evidence of this, if you want evidence for this, is that in the UK and in California, where we have gone down quite a long way down the path of providing full renewability for our grids, and our electricity costs are through the roof. The UK has the most expensive energy costs in the West, in the developed world, and so does California. 30 US cents per kilowatt hour, which is $300 a megawatt hour. It's absolutely crippling. So we have a solution to this problem, and the solution basically is plastics. What we need to do, we need to realize and recognize that we need to build millions and millions and millions of square meters of photovoltaic collector. It's, like I say, it's millions of square kilometers, which is billions of square meters. And this isn't going to happen on land, because land is too valuable. And also there are issues around the fact that places like Europe and Japan don't have access to enough land to build solar farms on. So there's an issue of energy security. So we think the solution to this problem is to use the sea. And the sea is massive. The oceans cover 300 million square kilometers of the Earth's surface. But there's one great aspect of oceans, is that the ocean currents go around the edges of the oceans. The center of the oceans are very largely devoid of oceanic currents. And the currents in the oceans are also driven by winds. And the reason that they go around the edges of the oceans is because the winds travel around the edges of the oceans. So this middle of the oceans are typically devoid of ocean currents and winds. They have very low wind speeds, and very often the waters are tropical waters. So we're proposing to put floating solar farms within the oceanic gyres. These currents are called gyres, in the oceanic gyres of the southern oceans, in the South Pacific Ocean, the South Atlantic Ocean, and the South Indian Ocean. And not only are these ocean waters tropical and deserted, because if you look at the map, there are no shipping routes through these oceans, there's no human activity in these oceans. They're also largely sterile because there's no iron in the water. So no iron, and iron is a very important part of chlorophyll, the green stuff in plants. There's no chlorophyll, no photosynthesis, no plants, no animals, no ecosystem. So the waters are largely deserted, except for bacteria, which I don't think will mind having floating solar farms on them. So the idea that we have is to put our floating solar farms in these tropical gyres, and the electricity, actually you realize this is a long way from anybody, so what are we going to do with the electricity? The electricity will be used to electrolyze water and convert it into hydrogen. And then the hydrogen can be collected and either shipped or converted into something else like methane or ammonia, and then shipped around the world. So here we have a little picture of ChatGPT's effort to draw floating solar rafts. The idea is that they'll be very cheap. They'll be made out of plastic. So think of a lilo bobbing in the ocean, and you have an image in your mind of what these floating solar farms will look like. The photovoltaic surface will be made out of plastic as well, and uses a substance called perovskite. This technology already exists. It's just been developed incidentally. Plastic photovoltaic cells made out of perovskite. So the material that we're proposing to use is very similar to the inside of a crisp packet. If you open a bag of crisps or bag of chips, if you're American, you notice the inside of the bag is silvery in color. And that's because it's aluminized. The plastic has been covered with a very thin layer of aluminium, which is conductive. And we can then print the perovskite photovoltaic material onto this aluminized plastic to make a very cheap, flexible, and durable photovoltaic cell. So this is what we're going to be using in our photovoltaic cells. And we think the cost of the electricity we generate will be about 0.1 US cent per kilowatt hour, which is practically free. It is practically free, a 20th of the cost of that solar farm in Saudi Arabia. So how will they work? So the solar farms will be made out of plastic. The plastic will be recyclable. The energy will be used to electrolyze water into hydrogen, so the solar rafts will have a little reservoir of water on them. And the hydrogen made on the solar rafts will be stored on the solar rafts. The rafts will inflate, and then we'll have a harvester vessels that will go around and collect the hydrogen from the rafts and for concentration and for shipping, onward shipping. The hydrogen will either be compressed and just shipped as compressed gas, or it will be converted into ammonia or methane on floating factory platforms. And transport ships will rendezvous with these platforms and transship the gas all around the world. And here's a schematic, a useful schematic of what these solar rafts might look like. This is very conceptual, but basically the idea is, if you imagine that this is something that is like 3 meters across or 4 meters across. It's sort of shaped like a child's paddling pool. The inside of the paddling pool is a surface, which is perovskite collector, photovoltaic cell, and underneath it there'll be also a plastic electrolyzer with a reservoir of water. The only moving parts in these solar rafts are going to be the valves controlling the flow of gases within the electrolyzer. And as the gas is made, hydrogen is made, the gas will cause the solar raft to inflate slightly. And also the gas will be stored in the raft itself, and then we'll have harvester vessels that will come round and tend to these solar rafts and collect the hydrogen, and it will be stored on the harvester for a bit, and then the harvesters will rendezvous with factory platforms where the gas is transshipped to the factory platform, and the harvester's reservoir of purified water will be replaced. It takes 9 kilos of water to make 1 kilo of hydrogen instantly. So basically, why do we want to use hydrogen? Well, using hydrogen in this way solves the problem about how do we get the energy from the middle of the Indian Ocean, or the middle of the South Atlantic Ocean, or the middle of the South Pacific Ocean to consumers. It also solves the intermittency problem, because hydrogen is a fuel. It can be burned as a fuel. So we're creating chemical energy, chemical potential energy, which is just what fossil fuel is. It's a form of chemical potential energy. So it can be stored, shipped, and burnt. But hydrogen is a bit problematic as a fuel. So it may be that we take it to the next stage and we use carbon dioxide taken from the ocean water and combine that with the hydrogen using a chemical process called the Sabatier process, and we can make methane. And methane is a fantastic hydrocarbon fuel. It's the hydrocarbon of choice of the petrochemical industry. It's used as a feedstock to make plastics, and it can also be converted into gasoline or diesel oil for burning in cars and planes, and paraffin for planes. So it's a really fantastic fuel. The only snag with doing this is that it increases the amount of capital we need to deploy for our project to do that. So we don't know whether the world will run on hydrogen or methane. And this is something I really want to find out. I'm looking forward to finding out whether this is going to be a hydrogen economy or a methane economy. The reason we're doing this is, the reason we want to do this is because we see this as the only real viable way of making solar energy cheap enough to replace fossil fuels. And it'll be so cheap, it'll be bonkers to carry on using oil and gas. And the other great thing with a hydrogen or methane economy is that the machinery that burns it, the power stations or whatnots, are much cheaper to build than coal-fired power stations. The initial market we'll be going for with our floating solar farms is going to be hydrogen, but it's a very small market at the moment. But we'll also be making ammonia, and ammonia is a very big market. It's the second most widely used chemical in the world because it's basically the feedstock for fertilizer. So I think it's 500 million tons of ammonia are used every year. So this will be our target market at the moment. All that ammonia is made with natural gas at the moment. So we think that we can easily undercut that, and that'll lead to a big drop in the price of fertilizer, which is going to be extremely good news for the world's agricultural industry and for the wider world. So, and I've already, it's not, I apologize, I'm doing it from memory. It's not 500 million tons, it's 170 million tons. And at the moment, but of course, the wider world's economy is we have to replace those 14 billion tons of fossil fuels. It's soon to be 48 billion tons of fossil fuels, and we intend to do that using hydrogen from our floating solar farms. That's where have we got to at the moment? We're fundraising at the moment to do this. So that brings me to if anyone's got any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Charles, there is a separate session that we run, which is the pitching session in front of the investors. If you're looking for raising capital, most welcome. Probably we can put you in front of our investors pool. If you don't know,
okay.
if you don't know, we have our own accelerator and we have our own fund. It's called Co-Innovate Ventures. We have a global partnership with multiple different PE funds, VC funds, royal families, HNIs, and debt givers. So we'll be more than happy to check it out. I'm not sure if you're in the execution mode at the moment or it's still in the idea stage. So if it is already running, and if it got maybe a little bit of traction, we'll be more than happy to see and
yeah,
check that
please
out.
do. I'd very much appreciate it if you could send me the links and contact details for that so I can take that forward. That'd be very great.
It's the same contact that you have. So you have to just apply for the startup pitch every month that we have in World Leader Summit.
Okay.
It's not broadcasted anywhere because in startup pitch, it's more of like a closed door discussion with the investor and investee. So
Right.
it's more of like in-house closed door pitching session. But then you are most welcome. Feel free to send us a mail in the same mail ID that you have been sending mails.
Okay.
But we'll help you with the links of the accelerator and the fund. You can check and verify. In fact, we have been nominated to make things happen for a few bit of African countries. If you care about that, if you want to scale up over there, we can be, we'll be more than happy to help you over there. So with this note, let me take the opportunity to invite our next speaker, last but not the least for today's session. Charles, give it a point. If we know that you are going to pitch, actually the pitching session happening tomorrow and day after tomorrow, both in World Leader Summit in a mega scale. Unfortunately, slots are full, but maybe in the next month, I will try to make an adjustment. It's not a problem.
That'd be fantastic. So I very appreciate the opportunity of being able to pitch.
No problem. Could you please kind enough to turn off your
Of course.
presentation?
Yeah.
Please
Thank
stay
you
back
very much
with us
for
if there is
your
a question.
listening.
Please stay back with us. If there is a question, I'll ask that from the social media. Let me have an opportunity to welcome Mr. Srikanth from India. Srikanth, the stage is yours. If you can kindly take the stage. Yep.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, to be a part of prestigious World Leaders Summit. And thank you, sir, for being a part of this process. So let me have an opportunity to share my screen, sir.
One humble request, if you're sharing any PPT, please make sure that there is no internet data or anything which is a picture by someone else.
Yes, sir. Nothing, sir. Yeah.
Super. Because the system will detect and then probably will close.
Yes, sir. Is it okay, sir? My PPT is visible?
Totally visible. You can go for presentation mode. It is showing all the slides. Yeah. You're good to go. Please start.
Yes, sir. Sir, I think there is some problem for presentation.
No worries. Don't worry about it.
Yes, sir.
You are a person with brains. You are a person with knowledge. So don't worry about these technicalities, please.
Sir, so coming to the point, my research is a prediction of cardiac arrest or heart attack based on post-COVID symptoms. So you can see the post-COVID symptoms, sir. We can see on the screen. There are some post-COVID symptoms, and why I have chosen this research, why I'm doing research on this topic or title recently, post-COVID. I mean, after the COVID era, we can find we have seen many what we call strategies in terms of yeah, we have been many deaths, sudden deaths after COVID. That is, if we can take example of the one of the famous Indian actor Punit Rajkumar, we know him, we missed him, and in such way we are. These are many examples like our IT earlier IT minister of Andhra Pradesh. Also, we lose him because of cardiac arrest, and so all these examples. And recently in our Telangana state, people are getting sudden cardiac arrest and heart strokes. So this is the motivation for my research, why I have chosen this topic, prediction of heart attack based on post-COVID symptoms. So what happened after COVID era, especially in the second COVID part two, that is COVID two, in the immune system of the body, I mean, in the human system, the immune system has come weaker, and it has many, influential factors, impact factors on every organ of our body, especially on the heart. So some of the post-COVID symptoms, we can see heart palpitations, brain fog, chest pain, insomnia, dizziness, and all these are the post-COVID symptoms. So my research is how at least we can identify the patient with who is having COVID, who has got heart stroke after the post-COVID. So motivation of my research, I could understand different research journals, and in that we have found some area that COVID-19 hospitalization is associated with increased risk of heart failure. So the patients who have affected with COVID-19 has increased risk of heart attack. That is increased risk of heart attack. There is a direct proportional. So how we can find this research? How we can do it? Basically, if we can understand in some situations, if we take in some situations of hospitals in Department of Cardiology, patients go at the latter stages after they complete the process of COVID and everything, but they doesn't know that some immune system has already damaged the heart in terms of what we call pumping the blood or any other issues. So how can we identify? How can we identify such cases? So in my part of research, I have visited in India, in Hyderabad, one of the famous hospitals, Yashoda hospitals, and I had an interaction with some cardiologists there. And even it's very important when we are speaking with heart diseases, it's very important that we should also have an what we call look with we should have a look with yeah, we should have a look with in related to pulmonologists, in related to lungs. So it's very important to understand how it happens. So I met both a cardiologist and pulmonologist, and I could took some I took some suggestions and ideas how these are happening after, especially after COVID, sudden COVID deaths, sudden heart attack to the patients. Is it? I had a myth. I had a myth that is it through vaccine or it is through the any immune system. So I'm doing my research on that, sir. And some studies are telling, some journals are telling, like Elsevier or some Taylor and Francis, they are telling there may be some covaxin would be the reason for this, but it is not proven. It is not proven. So when it is not proven, I'm not considering it into my research. And one of the attribute which I could find when I am speaking with doctors, heart rate variability, this is one of the major attribute where which is has an impact in the data set of what we call in the COVID patients. Heart rate variability has an impact with cholesterol. Heart rate variability has an impact with ECG graph variations, and also if the person has got what we call pre-existing diseases, pre-existing COVID disease, heart diseases, I'm sorry, pre-existing heart diseases or any other diseases, this heart rate variability will be affecting. And one of the attribute which I could find after my research, multi-omics data integration. What is multi-omics data integration? We are just understanding, as I told very clearly, there are many patients who are going to cardiologists, and if they have a problem, they may also go for pulmonologists. So I'm taking multiple data sets and I have to integrate that. There may be some integration problems in it. So I'm just finding how it will be happening. And these are all my research papers where I could understand how the problem has arisen and how the people are suffering with cardiac symptoms. And this is one point where I could focus. So it's very important in the survey, what I could find in the survey, whatever the attributes we have in related to heart rate variability or multi-omics data integration, we have to correlate. We have to correlate with different attributes, and we have to do multiple case studies, how the HRV values are varying. So this was my conclusion after my research meeting different cardiologists in India. And what was the research gap I could find? One point I can tell, this is one research gap. We have seen in the COVID-2, that is in second wave of COVID, patients getting COVID, and for a long time they were admitted in the hospitals. So when they were admitted for a long time in the hospital, there are chances of getting after post-COVID, chances of getting post-COVID, they're getting cardiac arrest or heart diseases, heart issues. So that was one of the research element which I could find out of my research. And what was the major problem identification when, as I told, the what we call the heart disease and the HRV is the heart rate variability is depending upon different attributes. It has an impact on different attributes in related to sex, age, comorbidities, socio-economic status, and the lifestyle of the diet style of the patient, how he's behaving, able to understand all these things comes into the picture. And what are the main objectives to conclude my research? What are the main objectives? As I told, we have to understand high risk groups from the post-COVID patient cluster. What are the high risk groups? That is, who are the patients who are for the long time in the hospitals? That is one of the fine. And I'm planning to find out one framework, one machine learning framework, which can have an influencing factors like HRV and heart rate variability and multi-omics data integration. And I have to draw some influences finally to my thesis. How can I do the research? And these are some of the data sets which are always available for every researcher. I took from Kaggle data set, one of the data set, and as it's very known public health data set for understanding my research. And we can see some dataset attributes like sex, age, classification, patient type, and pneumonia. I told very clearly that there may be some pre-existing diseases for the patient. So at the time, we have to consider all the different diseases and their values. These are the dataset parameters which I were understanding in my research. So coming to the outcome of my research. What is the outcome? What is the risk level of cardiac arrest or heart stroke for the patients who are for the long time COVID and even for the just attacked COVID? And are they getting any symptoms oriented, or there may be sometimes without symptoms also people are suddenly getting cardiac arrest? So we is it through immune system? This is what my research findings. So this is my conclusion, sir. I'm just concluding my research. The topic for today, that is how can we identify the post-COVID patients, how we are going to find out on what attributes, what are the influencing attributes, that is, what are the major attributes, prime attributes, which will impact on the COVID patient.
Beautiful. I mean, extensive research. I mean, brilliant research, to be very honest. If you can
Thank you, sir.
kindly turn off
Thank you.
your presentation mode, because we have few bit of question which is coming up. One thing I think we are getting is, I think it's for the previous speaker. No, not for you. But then there is an interesting thought process that I have. I mean,
Yes,
if
sir.
you look at the entire scenario of COVID, going for all those vaccinations, and then eventually post-COVID era, I call it as a post-COVID era.
Yes, sir. Yes,
We
sir.
kind have got a different kind of issues. If you can kindly turn off your screen share, please.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So in post-COVID era, there are multiple different problems that has been seen not only for the adults but for the kids.
Yes, sir.
Now, some of those kids probably never ever affected by COVID, but then eventually, if you look at the genetic level, post-COVID childbirth,
Okay.
those
Okay, sir.
child have got several different issues in their body. I wouldn't call them as a disease, but then I'll call them as an issue.
Okay, sir.
From
Okay.
your research point of view, you feel that there is a huge disruption that is going to come in human DNA? If yes, what is your thought? Shall I repeat my question?
Yes, sir. Please.
Is there a huge amount of disruption that is going to come in the human DNA post-COVID for
Okay,
the
sir.
newborn babies that is there? If yes, what is your take on that?
Preferably, we have to find some methodology, sir, that before in the process of pregnancy itself, we have to identify if anything happens. Then we at least a type of vaccination to be given to the mother, so that it will not impact. It has an impact on the children. Sir, you are on mute, sir. You are on mute.
Rest of the questions I'll probably keep in the social media so that you
Yes,
can
yes.
keep that and you can answer them directly. With
Thank you,
this
Arjit,
note,
sir. Thank you so much.
it's a brilliant presentation, brilliant. Every speakers were like amazing. Charles, you, Chandrasekhar ji, of course, the previous speakers from Denmark. We have been blessed by, of course, the ministers who came to share their thoughts. We have been blessed by the country ambassadors who have been inviting a business delegation in their country. So feel free to communicate with us. Please keep in touch. This is not the end of a summit. This is basically a forum that we created. Summit is just a face of the forum that we have. So feel free to be in touch. Especially for Charles, feel free to send your deck in the email ID.
Right.
Let's see what can be done. And Mr. Srikanth, feel free, if we can probably share your research in our so I'm not sure if you have checked our website. We have got around 65,000 footfall in our news media activities.
Excellent, sir.
There's a
Excellent.
specific thing that we have. If you feel that that can be shared, it's about 101 countries. It's not a small number. We'll be more
Yes.
happy to share that. It's not a problem.
Sure, sir. I'll share my research. And I think
Every
you asked
month there is a newsletter that goes. Every
Yes,
month there is a newsletter that goes for all the speakers and the audience. If you feel that you want to put anything in the newsletter, we'll be more than happy to do that. Not a problem.
Sure, sir. You asked a question. I think prognostic study is recommended, sir, if I'm not wrong. Yeah.
You're right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you
you.
so much. Thank you, audience. Thank you, speakers. It's been a pleasure hosting all of you for last 3 days. Tomorrow, we are not going to be live. It will be more of closed door pitching. Only the investors and investees are allowed. There will be no live session. But then if you feel that as an audience, you want to know the result, keep in touch in the social media. You will eventually get the results, who got what kind of market connect they got, or maybe any kind of funding they have got or not. We will be declaring that very soon. And there is an award ceremony that we usually do that in December. Feel free to watch our space and we will be declaring those awards. We don't charge any kind of money for awards. These are proper awards, not a PR activity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.